just me and me. Castaways ahoy, we are castaways.
Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I heard of once in a somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly. Birds fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh why can't I? If happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow, why, oh why can't I?
My lovely imps, how are you doing today? Aspinall, Uncle Gumball, Witch Knight Melody, Token Brazilian, Bottling Sunshine, Insomnia Noir, Elk Owl, Sergeant Flush, Sergeant Flux, Jessica Metal, Emerald Queen, Gamefish, Agent Mad Hat, Ugly Pie, Furcifer, Trans Girl Jade, Dagmar, Monkey Pocky, Evelyn, Too Clever by Half, Punk Corpse, Ada Stardust, Matthew McConaughey,
So how can you see what your life is worth, where your value lies?
Jade Monkey, Somniostatic, Palm Dad, Calamity, Metroid Gauntlet, Falafel, Castrix, Dark Excalibur, Mika Meow, Ada Stardust, ya boy the Zooted, Bennifer the Potato, Peppy Toaster, Queen Laura, Spyro Gal, Mika Meow, Clavender, Katarina, the Posadas John, Mesmerized, and from the YouTube chat, Eponity, L Rose, Minus, Mother of Mudkips, Leanne Scott, Eddie Spencer, Cummy Nipples, wow, Grady HD, Kevin and or Susie, Captain Cougar, The Vegan Rancor, Hades Fitness, Miriam, Max Sims, great to see you, Minus, Trickster Jackal, Chainsaw, Uller Song,
find how much he gained or how much he gained.
Can we just listen to this for one
The
second?
answer will come to him who tries to look at his life through heaven's eyes.
Christy Jean,
And that's why we share what we have with you.
Aldo de Jellyfish, V Noir, The Voice Boxer, Buffalo Guy, Alt Femboy, Scott K, Dire Fox, Moslin, Ron's KFC, Ex-Cozy,
and though you'll never know all the
Sultry
steps,
Sarah,
you must learn to join
All
the
Top Tiger,
dance. You must learn to join the dance.
Sunny Joe,
So lie, 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 So how do you judge what a man is worth? By what he builds or buys? You can never see with your eyes on earth. Look through heaven's eyes. Look at your life. Look at your life. Look at your life. Look at your life. Through
By the way, if any of you are here and you're not aware of Sam Robson, the amazing vocalist that I just played for you, is the absolute demigod, Sam Robson. You should absolutely go check him out on YouTube. I'll be providing a link to this song right now. Sam Robson is one of my all-time favorites. I show off and promote his music here all the time because it constantly brings me joy. Incredible joy, in fact. Sam Robson's music has been with me for like over a decade of lifting my heart. What a great and incredible blessing to have people like Sam Robson. Is that a scratch on your forehead? Yeah, I scratched my forehead by accident yesterday. I just literally went and I was like, ow. Sucks, but it happens. It's like a really tiny one. It's really small, but I got it. My lovely imps, if you are here and having a good time so far, smack that like button for me, will you? I need your likes. Your likes fuel me, they fuel my channel, and they fuel the success of this wonderful community. What is my shirt? My shirt is, oh no, I'm gonna forget it. I'm already gonna forget the artist. This is a brand new shirt, and I've already forgotten the name of the artist. I'll tell you, I have like 3 of them now, so I will tell you in the future. I'll try and remember. I had it in my mind and everything, because I knew people were gonna ask, but I already forgot. It's called, it's something mutation. It's 2 artists collabed. I'll get it for you at some point. I'm sorry, I apologize. I'll try and remember it. I really, really like it. Is it on the tag? It's on the tag, but getting the tag right now is like, here, maybe I can take a picture of the tag. Here, maybe you guys can bear with me. Maybe I can get a picture of the tag. Did I get it? Oh, I almost got it. Wow, I almost got it too. Hold on. I'll get it this time. There we go. Mutation X Green Lion. Mutation X Green Lion. I'm gonna try and make sure I got that right. Boop. Yeah, Mutation X Green Lion. So search that if you think this is a cool shirt. I got a whole pack of them. Their designs are sick. They're all demonic. They have these, they're four-sided. Check out the back. Check out the back. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty amazing, right? I can't watch a 4-minute meme. Nope, can't do a 4-minute meme. Sorry. Nope, not gonna happen. No 4-minute memes, that's too long. You can't send me a 4-minute meme. Sorry. Yeah, their stuff is really awesome. Lion. That's not artist, that's a weed strain. It sounds like it, but it's actually artists. Ham Monkey with the $5. Thank you very, very much, Ham Monkey. I deeply appreciate that. Also, special shout out to Piftle Cakes, who just did a tier 4 sub. Thank you very, very much, Piftle Cakes. Thank you very much. The memes will only get longer. No, we can't. We can't. I can't watch the gene mutation. Oh, I was missing the gene mutation. Sorry. Gene mutation X Green Lion. Sorry about that. What if it's the Tucker Carlson Vaporeon meme? Tucker Carlson, who the hell's that? You do realize that Tucker Carlson has been off the air for longer than one standard conservative memory rotation. So they don't even remember, the average conservative boomer doesn't even remember that Tucker Carlson was a person who exists anymore. His legacy has already been erased. Isn't that incredible? You gotta love it. You gotta love it. My dad forgot he lost his job already. Yeah, it's that fast. A 47-second meme? All right, this one we can do. All right, everybody. 47-second Zoomer meme, let's do it.
Okay. No, you got it.
I delayed for a second.
Yeah! Don't be formless like water, Gary.
Oh, God. Damn, you threw that water. I've done all I can. Go on.
I just watched my dad die. Don't worry, I'm gonna use burst. Here I go.
Son, I need that. Son?
Go on. I have something to tell you. Go on. Go on. I never loved you.
Oh, fuck.
There's no joke. That's it.
Oh, my God.
Very cringe, Gohan. Very cringe.
Good game, though. Good game, though. But that's a lot of DBZ comedy that a lot of people who don't watch DBZ won't understand. Well, that's a shame, Bizadoo, but, you know, everybody's flawed. Why do I watch one cringe meme per stream? To keep you all on your toes. That's why. It's to keep everybody fresh and on, you know, just so that you... It's anti-boomerification, okay? Honestly, I'm basically doing I'm doing a service for you all. I'm making sure that you don't boomerify so that you're in touch with what niche Zoomers are into. It's a boomer vaccine. Exactly. Insomnia Noir gets it. Insomnia Noir gets it. All you have to know is that Goku dies all the time and his kid, Gohan, doesn't like that. True, that is what happens. There's a Sonic meme drought lately. It's okay. A new Sonic game will come out and there'll be a glut of memes. That's just how the Sonic community is. The Sonic community has waves. It comes and goes in waves, you know? Yeah. It's feast and famine. So. So, I have been playing video games. and doing a bunch of work, but I've also been playing video games. I have been playing Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and let me fucking tell ya, okay? Yes, it does have performance issues. It does. On PC especially, Star Wars Jedi Survivor does have performance issues. It absolutely has performance issues. It sucks. I don't know what to tell you. It does suck. However, I'm sure they will be fixed. The game's art design is still absolutely fantastic. As I understand it, a bunch of the problems from Star Wars Jedi Survivor are coming from specifically the AMD Super Resolution 2 settings, which you cannot disable it, unfortunately. You can put it to performance mode, but I think that it just doesn't do a very good job. The AMD Super Resolution just seems to have a lot of problems generally. However, if you can look past the performance issues, I fucking love Star Wars Jedi Survivor. It's very clearly in the same spiritual vein as Star Wars Andor, which is awesome. It is a very political game. It is more shameless about its politics than the first game. The voice acting and writing is way better. It's like a notable step up, and basically every single system from the first game has been improved upon, including the map design, which is amazing. The enemy fights are really good. I have been playing it on Jedi Grandmaster, which has been very difficult, but also very satisfying. So my first impressions of the game are that I love it, even though it has some pretty obnoxious performance issues. Most of the performance issues seem to be happening around area loading. So when you're transitioning into a new area, the game starts to chug, which can be pretty annoying. Demon Mama is a glutton for punishment. Yes and no. I do like very difficult games. However, part of what I've been trying to do in my life recently is challenge myself with video games. I've always loved video games, but I've only ever been good at like a handful of video games. In fact, I've always been very bad at a lot of video games. And I've been trying to change that for a long time by pushing the level of difficulty that I'm willing to engage in. And I've gotten better and better at a lot of different games, which makes me very happy. It's a very satisfying feeling to push yourself into a higher difficulty and finally have it click. And I'm starting to get to the point where I'm getting better at games generally because I'm pushing myself on a regular basis to take things on at a higher level. Grandmaster is very hard. Yeah. It's cool. Hot take, if your game is intentionally obtuse and hard for the sake of being hard, I'm not even trying to play it. I liked Sekiro for its story and art, but I hate Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring. Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring aren't hard for the sake of being hard, and they're not intentionally obtuse either. Yeah, I don't agree with that analysis of either of those games. Bloodborne has some of the best video game storytelling of any game. It's like my top 5 list of games are like Majora's Mask, Bloodborne, Death Stranding, Pathologic 2, and Disco Elysium. That's like my top 5 list of games. Bloodborne is, like, in my opinion, an almost perfect game. Its difficulty reflects the story that it's trying to tell very intentionally. In fact, all of the Souls games, their difficulty is a part of the storytelling. The fact that especially, and I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but especially Elden Ring. Elden Ring is like the most meta of all of the Dark Souls games, of all of the FromSoft Souls games. Well, okay, Dark Souls 3 Ringed City is the most meta of all of the games, but it's only one DLC that's that meta. Elden Ring is it's very much supposed to be about like your recurring death, and also like the what are they called? The Tarnished, and each of the characters are supposed to be a mythological representation of the type of person who is a video game player, the type of people who will proceed through all kinds of difficulty in order to experience or to simulate certain types of edge experiences. I think that there are games that are hard for the sake of being hard. I believe that there are games that are like that. But I don't think that the FromSoft games fit that category. Yeah. And also, as you, there's a really interesting thing that happens, which is that so the first Souls game that I played was Dark Souls 1, and it was a very hard experience for me. I was a complete fail at Dark Souls 1 to the degree that it was almost impossible for me to beat the game by myself because I was so bad at it. However, by the time that I got to Dark Souls 3, like I had been through all of these different games and found ways that fit my play style. You actually become better at other games because you learn how to understand the language of gaming. I don't agree that they're hard for the sake of being hard or anything like that. And anyway, all of this is a distraction from me talking about Star Wars Jedi Survivor, which, by the way, everybody likes to say, and I'm gonna say this again, everybody likes to say that Jedi Fallen Order is a Souls-alike and that Jedi Survivor is a Souls-alike, but they're not, okay? Jedi Fallen Order is a Sekiro-alike, and Jedi Survivor is a Sekiro-alike with Hollow Knight characteristics, okay? Yes, Gayfesh has heard this rant. I get frustrated because it is so directly inspired by Sekiro. If you've played Sekiro, you will just be better at Star Wars Fallen Order because they're so inspired. It's so inspired by Sekiro. Like so much, even the level design is inspired by Sekiro. Although I will say that Jedi Survivor goes in a very different direction in some ways than Jedi Fallen Order, which is the first one. So the second one makes some pretty major changes that I think are really good. I really, really like it. So in which era is Jedi Survivor? It takes place during the original trilogy era of Star Wars. But let me tell you, I will not spoil anything for Jedi Survivor. Fans of Star Wars will be very pleased with how creative this game is, with the types of enemies that you will encounter. I was actually blown away at how I can't spoil anything. It's really great, okay? It's awesome. Also, no spoilers, this is literally the first scene in the game, but the first scene of the game opens up with your character from the first game getting his rap sheet read off to him by a cop, by an Imperial cop, and it's just like, your rap sheet is just like doing terrorist attacks against the Empire, and it's so good. It's so fantastic, okay? Listen, God, it's a great touch. It's beautiful. I love it, okay? Oh, the humor is good. So there's this thing that was established in Jedi Fallen Order, Jedi Fallen Order has two features that I really loved about it that are strongly carried over into the second game, which is enemies that belong to different factions fight with each other. Wild animals fight with Imperial soldiers fight with bounty hunters, animals fight with bounty hunters, hunters fight with animals. They all fight with each other, which adds a lot of depth to the combat because it means you can play factions against each other in really cool ways. This game takes it to like the next level, okay? Jedi Survivor has awesome infighting, okay? And the second thing that's super, super, super awesome is that there are like hundreds maybe of dialogue like background dialogue lines written for grunt soldiers of every faction. So you'll be hanging out on a planet and the stormtroopers will be like, oh God, I hate this planet. It's like, oh, would you quit your belly aching? And they're really well written, like slice of life lines. Sometimes they make you hate the stormtroopers. Sometimes they try to make you feel a little bad for killing them. But it's great. I can't even do, oh God, it's so good when they're like, you're never gonna take me down. And then you just force push them off a cliff. Oh, it's amazing. Oh God, it's so good, okay? There's like, and when I say there's a lot of lines, I mean there's a ton of lines. Like you will very rarely encounter the same lines again, unless you're like grinding the exact same area over and over and over again. There's like a lot of variety. It's impressive. Yeah. Those are my first impressions of Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I'm sure I will be doing a full review of it as time goes on, but I've really been enjoying it, even with the performance issues. And I have to say, it's only fair for me to say the performance issues are annoying, okay? And it's a real disappointment that there are performance issues, but I hope that people are willing to accept slightly lower graphical fidelity to experience everything else that's awesome about the game, because even with lower graphical fidelity, the level design, the visual design of the zones that you're in, the voice acting, the gameplay, all of it is a step up even from the last game, which I already liked. Thomas Brand says, do the stormtroopers have lore accurate aim? Not if you're playing on Jedi Grandmaster, okay? If you're playing on Jedi Grandmaster accuracy, every single stormtrooper may as well be a main character. Those guys do not miss. I have died so many times to getting just sniped by an army of stormtroopers going, just like, It's like, no, they don't have lore accurate aim if you're playing on the maximum difficulty. It's so bad. Oh my God, it's fantastic. They're really rough, okay? Oh God, there's something I want to say, but I don't want to spoil anything because I'm not gonna spoil. I don't want to spoil anything. But let me just say, there are some real treats in there for lovers of the prequels. Okay, I'll put it there. Okay. If you like the prequels, do not feel bad. If you like the vibe of the prequels, okay, don't feel sad because you are going to get treated this time around. I'm just telling you, all right? There you go. Anyway, it's great and I love it. So far, really, really like it. Yeah. Prancing Goldfish with the tier 1 sub, thank you so much. And also, Thomas Brand, thank you very, very much for the $5 super chat. Thank you a bunch. Don't they literally lock you out of content if you die enough? I don't know which game you're talking about. I don't think there's any Souls game that locks you out of content if you die too much. In fact, the opposite. In Dark Souls 3, you actually have to die more in order to get a certain ending. Sekiro does that? I don't think it does. I don't think it does. I'm not aware of anything locking you out of anything. In Sekiro, if you die too much, NPCs start getting sick and you can't talk to them. You get items to undo it. There's like an almost infinite amount of items you can use to undo it. It's just flavor. Yeah. You have to just use the dragon blood droplets. Yeah, they get sick, it's true, but that's a story reason. Mr. Krabs, did I miss your message? You got a funny Zan clip? Okay, we'll watch a Zan clip. Sure, I'll check out a Zan clip. Give me a second. Anyway, that's my first impressions for Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I recommend it. Just be aware there are performance issues, so I'm not gonna say you're wrong for waiting. But the game, the actual the mechanics of the game, everything about the game is really solid except for the performance issues so far. Do you know what day it is today? Sunday. Is Demon Mama tall? She seems tall. I am 6'2". I am a giant. The giant blood flows in my veins. My whole family is very tall. It seems like the best performance is with mid-range GPUs. That's what I've heard as well. Merrick DeVell says it's Hitler's death day. I think you mean Hitler's suicide day, because that motherfucker blew his own brains out. Based. The most base thing that Hitler ever did. The best painting that Hitler ever did was the wall of his bunker. All right, everybody, hold on. We got a Zan clip. Let's check out the Xander Hall clip. I'm always down for a Zan clip. Let's check it out.
Anytime a lefty is shit-talking a Democrat
I'm gonna be
politician...
talking shit about you later, but I want to do it right. So why don't you tell me your pronouns?
Unlike you blue-haired liberals,
one day.
I don't have pronouns.
Everybody has pronouns.
I don't. You will refer to me only by my name, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Sure. Well, at least he gets the concept.
Pronoun police! You said he, which is not Shadow the Hedgehog's preferred pronoun.
Shit, my bad.
Okay, the one day I forget to turn media share off before I start the stream. You son of a bitch. You motherfucker.
Oh, that was good.
You slimy motherfucker. I will find you. And I will kill you. In Fortnite. Okay? Anytime a lefty is shit-talking a Democrat politician...
It's playing again. It's playing again. There we go. That was a very good clip, all right? Excellent clip. Zan doesn't realize it was you who sent that? Yeah. True. Zan has some damn good clips. I'm going to be hanging out with Zan really soon, which is cool, because we work on stuff pretty frequently. I'm going to be hanging out with him real soon. Oh, my goodness. My goodness. How many more decades until the podcast? A few weeks. We have one more thing we need to hammer out, and then we're going to be sending out guest invites. So we're probably going to start the podcast next month. There's been a lot of delays because, well, Zan moved to a new state and then had to move apartments again. But now he's actually settled. It's just a thing, you know? Life is crazy, everybody. It's just how it goes. You run the Xander Hall clip Twitter? That's awesome. Zan has great clips. But this one looks new. This one looks fresh. Let's
Yeah, we love torturing children. We're doing this for joy. Yeah, we love torturing children. We're doing this for joy. Yeah, we love torturing children. We're doing this for joy. Yeah.
True. That is what conservatives are like. That's what I'm guessing he's talking about. Unfortunately true, though. Have you guys seen, we haven't even talked about it, Ron DeSantis trying to deny that that he tortured people when he literally worked as a torturer at Guantanamo Bay, and there's absolutely incontrovertible evidence, and he's just like, duh, I don't remember that.
I don't remember none of that. I don't remember torturing nobody. When I had a job that said my job title was torturer at Guantanamo Bay. I don't remember none of that. I don't remember none of that torturing nonsense. I just must have just slipped my mind.
Hey, thank you very much, Emily Ganguly. It's just straight up. That's just every time I think of Meatball, Ron, that's how it is for me. Did you guys see that weird Trump clip? Hold on. I know this is like a bunch of random crap off the cuff, but you know, whatever. We're not into the stuff. Did you guys see that deranged Trump clip? The one where he's this one. Hold on. It's so fucking weird, okay? Here we go. Check this out. I still have not figured out the context for this. This one.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
I imagine it seems like he's trying to do an impersonation of somebody lifting something, but I don't know what it's supposed to be. Did he just come? I think he might have just come. I love it. No, it's great, Merrick. You're good. Niana, thank you very much. First of all, two quick questions for Demon Mama. One, would you listen to my podcast about Himbology? The latest episode is on Kronk. Demon Mama, come on the pod. And two, how is it that you're so pretty? It's the demon energy. I'm actually a scary monster, but some people are into scary monsters. See? So that's just how it works. Thank you very much, Niana. Deeply appreciate that. And yeah, of course, you should email me a link to it. I can't guarantee that I'll have time to watch it, but I'll do my best. Yeah. So yeah, Donald Trump being weird. Oh yeah, there's another random little clip. There's not much I have to say about this, but I kind of want to play this one. I guess this is just the like quick politics related clips. Oh yes, the Michael Knowles discussing Sissy Hypno. Holy shit, it's ridiculous. It's so fucking funny, but also it's so predictable. But anyway, check this out, okay? Ready?
The podium is yours. I'm going to be fine with your jokes, but I'm not sure about dark Brandon. All yours, pal. The podium.
I think this might be the smartest political move that Joe Biden has ever done. The meme is definitely dead, but also at the same time, it's probably the smartest thing he's ever done. Like, I'm just being serious. Him doing that made like an ocean of liberals immediately come their pants and then go and sign up to help get him elected. He probably gained like 13% fresh donations just because he did that, okay? Like, it's probably one of the smartest moves that he's done. It's obviously mega cringe. Like, nobody is gonna deny that this thing is like, that Joe Biden trying to do an internet meme is not, like, it's obviously cringe, but it's definitely good for his campaign to do so. It ruined the meme for us. The meme was old anyway. The meme was aging. Dark Brandon isn't, like, nobody's been into Dark Brandon really for a while. Everybody's been into Joe Biden playing AI video games. So, you know, it's all good. It's a good move. Yeah. It's Jover. It's Jover is already, that one's drying up real fast. It's too repetitive is the problem with the It's Jover. That's the biggest problem. When Obama did the thanks Obama joke, the R thanks Obama mods closed the sub. Wise. That's the way to do it. You just let it go. It's reached its peak. I need to see the Sissy Hypno clip. Let me see if I have it in my bookmarks. Does anybody have the Sissy the Sissy Hypno? Because I'll talk about the Sissy Hypno thing. Oh yeah, I have it right here. Okay, everybody. All right, this is a mini segment. Okay. My lovely imps, deranged, homunculus, and wax monster Michael Knowles, who recently called for the complete elimination of transgenderism, aka a deranged bigot, has found himself in a position of great fear. You see, Michael Knowles discovered a dark secret, the ultimate weapon of the LGBTQ plus community that we have been keeping secret, orbiting around the forest moon of Endor. This weapon was originally designed to ensure the Alphabet Mafia had full grasp on the entirety of the Galactic Republic. But unfortunately, Michael Knowles discovered the truth, and now we have to watch him quiver in fear. Because we will not be stopped. Listen up.
The guest is Genevieve. Well, today...
Sorry, hold on a second.
Today's your lucky day, sweet baby kazoo. My guest is, in fact, Genevieve Gluck, women's rights campaigner, founder of...
Okay, sorry. I know that I'm pausing literally 10 seconds into the clip. This lady's name is Genevieve Gluck, which to me is like inviting Peter Swallow onto your show. It's just, can bigots stop having the most porn names you can possibly imagine? Like Johnson Gargler. Like, come the fuck on. Too much. It's too much. I can't do it. Let's go. Anyway, sorry. Let's go.
Dukes. I'm almost certain that I'm mispronouncing that, even though I've read the name of this publication 1,000 times. This is what's so embarrassing when you read instead of hear these things. But it is an unapologetically pro-woman outlet focused on gender identity. And Genevieve can shed some light on this phenomenon that frankly, as I've said on the show, I don't even want to look into, because I have been told, and then I've read on different fora that talk about this phenomenon, that there is a kind of pornography that is apparently a driver of the transgender identity that is so perverse.
A driver of the transgender identity? Yes! Watch the Sissy Hypno! Watch it! Yes!
That it constitutes a kind of hypnosis where men will say, I was a normal guy, I lived to be 41, 42, and I was basically normal, but then I fell into this kind of pornography.
So true!
And it essentially melted my brain. I had a nervous breakdown. Now I think that I'm a woman. So rather than have to expose myself to that, and then, I'll have to go to confession, potentially my brain gets melted, I can just talk to Genevieve about it. Genevieve, thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you so much for having me on the show.
So there's a lot I want to talk about with you. We don't have nearly enough time, so maybe we'll just have to have you back and talk about it at greater length. But can you just give not only the audience, but me, a rundown? What is, among all of the types of pornography that lead to transgenderism, what is this hypnosis pornography?
Well, you touched on a good point there. There are many types of pornography that are sort of involved with the transgender movement, but hypnosis pornography is a little bit different in that it incorporates your lifestyle.
Sweet Baby Gazoo said,
Michael knows. You will never stop us. Our sissy hypno will bring your disgusting movement to its knees. All of your boys will become sissies before us. You cannot stand before the dark side. Oh God. Okay, jokes aside, everybody. Of course, this is not the first time that conservatives have had complete and utter mental breakdowns over the existence of hypnosis porn. So let me just take a moment just in case there's anybody out there who isn't already laughing really hard at how absurd and stupid this is. Let me just be clear. First of all, hypnosis porn is not the same thing as hypnosis. Hypnosis porn is it's a fetish kink. It's not actual hypnosis. It's meant to get you off to a specific idea. That's it. It doesn't control your mind. Secondly, hypnosis can't mind control you. Hypnosis doesn't control your mind. Hypnosis can only engage you with things that you already want to do. Hypnosis isn't like in a movie where some guy with a top hat and a little moon symbol on it waves a pocket watch in front of you and then all of a sudden you're a zombie that does whatever they want. Hypnosis at its very most is basically calming you down so that you can feel calm enough to do something that you were already willing to do anyway at the suggestion of somebody else. So stage hypnosis is not even a real thing. It's a mixture of performance, like desire to perform, and calming yourself down enough to actually do that performance at the suggestion of somebody else. Hypnosis, even the most advanced forms of hypnosis, cannot make you do something that you don't want to do. You just stop being calm, which means the hypnosis stops working. Okay, guys? So hypnosis is not fucking magic, okay? I know that conservatives think that like you can cast fireball spells out of a D&D manual, that if you play EverQuest online for too many hours, you'll learn how to summon imps and demons in your basement. But that's just not how these things work. Okay? No, it's not how it works. Now, of course, Michael Knowles personally might be at risk of being hypnotized and immediately sucking the cock of every single man in a square mile radius. But I have a feeling that's because he already wants to do that anyway. And the hypnosis might just help him build up the courage and the confidence and the calmness to actually do that. I just want you guys to just realize something. Now that we've gotten the important, very educational segment out of the way, conservatives are fucking insane. Okay, they've actually lost their minds. They're at the point in their movement where they believe that transgender wizards are casting spells that can turn you into a trans. That's where they're at. Michael Knowles is not like an unpopular conservative figure. Now, to be fair, he's not that popular, but he is popular among conservatives. And again, here he is running a show about fear-mongering about magical porn videos that if you watch them, it will melt your brain and turn you into a little coming sissy. Yeah, so these are the types of people that we're dealing with now. This is what you have to realize. This is the way that the movement goes, okay? Now, to tie this into some historical precedent, I don't know if you guys know this, but this isn't the first time absolutely insane, disconnected from reality, and deranged beliefs have propagated against a hated minority group. The Nazis, for example, believed that Jewish people would actually grow horns and that they had to hide their horns underneath their yarmulke, and that's why they wore yarmulkes, was because they had little demon horns hidden underneath their yarmulke. They believed that Jewish people could hypnotize you just by looking in your eyes, that they had a magical ability to hypnotize you. It's the same thing. They're doing the same thing. They're just Nazis, guys. They're just doing the same exact thing, okay? But I guess the transgenders truly have developed the ultimate doomsday weapon. The ultimate doomsday weapon, which is a grainy Pornhub video filmed on a blue Yeti snowball that says, you want to put on thigh-high leggings. You want to be a cute little girl. Ooh, you want to wear the pink dress. Oh, you want to dance around. That's the super weapon, everybody. That's it. We've been exposed. Yeah. Yep. I don't know what to tell. I don't know what else to say. There's not much else to say. Conservatives have lost the plot. Thankfully, most Americans, even in America, a country that does not always have the greatest grasp on reality, even in America, most conservatives find this to be insane, and they would listen to this, and if they were asked what they actually thought about it, they would go, oh, that sounds deranged. That sounds made up. Thankfully, even conservatives. But unfortunately, their goal is to ensure that less and less people have that sort of rationality check. Every single day, people like Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, basically the entire Daily Wire team, TPUSA, Steven Crowder for however long he's around. In the past, this guy nobody remembers named Tucker Carlson, these guys, their job is to repeat this propaganda to the degree that the everyday conservative actually starts to believe that it might be true because they hear it so often. It's literally, they are plastering the walls with their propaganda, and it smells, and it's terrible, and yeah. I say this almost every single stream these days, but I'm just going to reiterate it now. The conservative movement, specifically in America, but beyond as well, must be defeated, okay? Like, it needs to be electorally, socially, culturally defeated. These people who walk around believing that you can be mind controlled from a grainy Pornhub video into becoming trans, these people who have genuinely convinced themselves that the only reason that anybody would come out as trans is because they were mind controlled by a porn video, they are incompatible with a future of any type. Their world is like, I don't even know how you envision a world like that. What is a world where everybody is quivering because they're scared that somebody's gonna whisper in their ear and the devil will turn them into a trans person? They have to be made irrelevant. If these people want to go live out in the woods and have their little deranged anti-witch parties in the woods, and they want to live on their little we made a little Christian colony out in the woods where all of our women are treated like Steven Crowder's wife and all of our men have the average intelligence of a Daily Wire broadcaster. You know what? God bless you. God bless you. May God bless you. May God bless you. Bless you. Just bless your little heart. Okay? All right, that's all I have to say. Conservatives are losing their minds in real time. They're melting their own minds, ironically. And we will never be stopped. The alphabet army will mind control all of you. We will rule you. You will be a sissy. You will wear the dress. And if you don't, well, we'll have to melt your brain. Anyway, thank you for watching. Smack the like button. If you've got funny stories about conservatives or thoughts you'd like to say, leave a comment down below. And don't forget to subscribe. Thanks a ton. There you go. If you are here, by the way, live, hit that like button right now. Your likes guarantee that we get more viewers. This channel is growing like crazy, and your likes make sure that that continues to happen. In the South, bless your heart is an insult. Oh, yes, I know. That looks deranged, Posadas John. It's so Jover? I don't think it's Jover. Bless your heart has multiple uses. It's the tone that's everything. Well, that's true, of course, but, you know. Oh, boy. Whew. I just can't believe it. So, I don't know. I don't know. No, it's funny. It's literally the show, but won't I get slapped for that? Won't I get clapped? All right, let's watch it. Let's check out this meme. We got a quick meme.
For me to come to terms with this furry business you're involved in, but if I must make a suggestion of this lifestyle, you should try making your little identity a tiger. It is a strong animal with many benefits and strengths. The tiger is mighty among the animal kingdom for—
Actually, Dad, I wanted to be a gopher.
You're gonna be a gosh dang gopher over a tiger? Whoa!
They're cute.
No self-respecting son of mine is gonna identify as a weak little gopher.
Gophers are actually nature's greatest killers. They put you in a false sense of security, but then they go up your bum and rip out your chest cavity like in Aliens. That movie was based on multiple presidential assassinations that were listed as heart attacks. Bunch of hooey.
Dale, don't indulge him. That's a load of crap. I mean, even if that part's not true, Hank, you gotta admit gophers have a cute little face. I mean, I like them myself. Bill, your opinion matters even less. I mean, your mom, but you know, tigers are going extinct, man. You gotta understand. Like, the tigers aren't doing so good. They don't breed with each other. They don't hang out. Like, so the gophers are everywhere, man. You're going to the golf course, man. They're everywhere. They're all over the place. But man, the tiger's gonna be gone long before the gopher. The gopher's gonna survive a long, long time. Oh, well, if that is the rule of democracy, I shall respect it. On second thought, I now hate democracy.
True! Okay, this was actually poggers. This was actually so good. That was awesome. That was really good.
Bobby,
That was great. Okay, I'm glad I watched that one. That was fantastic. That is basically the exact structure of a King of the Hill episode. So, pretty based, pretty accurate. Based and correct pilled. Hello, Sparkly Void. Good to see you. Metroid Gauntlet says, I got Jedi Survivor and I'm excited to try it. Based. You're going to have a good time. It's a great one. Do you think country bumpkins used to be less violently reactionary, specifically about trans people? Yes and no. There has always been a weird distrust of trans people because, rural areas have always been predominantly Christian, and Christianity is, I hate to say this, I know some people are gonna get mad, but as a religion, Christianity tends to be incredibly xenophobic, and also very distrusting of anyone who challenges the order of the family. Christianity reproduces itself via the patriarchal family. a father and a mother get married early. They have a bunch of kids. All of them are raised in the church. All of those kids have kids that are raised in the church. All of those kids then have kids who were raised in the church. And Christianity propagates itself not via conversion. We have not lived in the age of you know, that type of evangelism. Instead, Christianity propagates itself by enforcing a strict adherence to a certain type of family structure, which almost guarantees more Christians will be produced. And so Christianity tends to be, as a religion, very hostile to gay people, very hostile to gender nonconformity, because those are all things that destabilize the patriarchal family. Yeah, so in some ways, rural areas have always been somewhat hostile to queer people. However, now there is this weird culture war. There is a hyper awareness. In the past, if people in a rural area had a family member who was trans, they would have to sort of grapple with that. Because the truth of the matter is, even though they may have had this sort of pre-existing bias towards not accepting gender non-conforming people, there wasn't they weren't being bombarded with, you need to hate trans people every single night from every single corner of the world. It was more of a passive thing. Now, the culture war has ensured that all Christian and conservative messaging is completely obsessed with trans people. And I mean that. You know, Christian church leaders in conservative churches all across the country watch people like Matt Walsh. They watch people like Tucker Carlson. They watch TPUSA. TPUSA, a lot of people don't know this, but TPUSA is primarily an organization that networks churches together. Their whole thing is that they throw conventions so that church leaders can network with one another for political ends. That is their main thing. They are super Christian, and they also put out an unbelievable amount of anti-trans content directly to pastors of some of the biggest churches in the country. So these pastors then repeat that to their followings in rural areas all across America, and then you end up with rural people who are hypersensitive about trans people, who have been receiving a form of indoctrination about how to treat trans people. And so, yeah, in some ways it is worse now, and in other ways it's just different. But yeah, hopefully this culture war bullshit will piddle out soon enough. But unfortunately, I don't think that it's going to happen without us, those of us who are not conservatives, going on the offensive against conservatives. Everybody out there who cares about not just trans people either, who cares about the planet, who cares about climate change, who cares about public health, who cares about trans people, who cares about people of color, who cares about immigrants. If you care about any of those things, you have a vested interest in fighting back against conservatism and the propagation of conservatism as hard as you possibly can. Because it's their propaganda machines are firing at all cylinders right now because they're desperate. They are getting rejected in the electoral system. They are not popular. However, the way that they will try to get popular again is by forcibly seizing power. I mention this all the times, that conservatives believe in a very real material politics. Conservatives engage in incredibly aggressive forms of politics that involve them seizing power and forcing their will on others, even when their will isn't popular. You guys think like the drug war was popular? Do you think the drug war was like a popular thing? No, as we can see, tons and tons and tons of people really like weed. Weed isn't as dangerous to your health as it has been made out to be, not even close. And people smoked weed even in the middle of the drug war, like millions and millions of people. And now, the moment that states start legalizing weed, there's been a complete tip over. Legalizing weed, ending the drug war, is one of the most popular policies, but it hasn't happened. Why? Well, because people who are conservative on things like weed or cannabis or whatever you want to call it, seize power and refuse to let go of it and use violence to ensure that it is kept in place. Yeah. That's simple. The drug war became about cocaine and cartels in the 80s. It was about weed in the 70s. Messaging. The messaging. But if you actually go and look at what the drug war entailed, how many people, tens and tens of thousands of people were busted for weed. Weed was used as a way to incarcerate black people. Weed was used as a way to incarcerate poor people. Anyway. Yeah. Yep. So I hope that answers the question. That was a bit of a rant, but yeah. Leith says, Mama, I've infiltrated site chat from YouTube chat. YouTube is the best chat. Are you looking forward to the new Zelda? And did you see the new Folding Ideas video? I have not yet seen the new Folding Ideas video, and I am very excited for Tears of the Kingdom. I will be playing Tears of the Kingdom. Me and my friend have agreed to play it like concurrently so that we can talk to each other about our experiences with it. So as soon as I'm done, as soon as it comes out, I'm going to be playing it. I plan to have Star Wars Jedi Survivor completed before Tears of the Kingdom comes out so that I can focus my mind on playing Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, I'm very excited for it. So thank you very much for, thank you very, very much for the donation. Benifer the Potato says, with right-wing terrorism on the rise, with stuff like the Bud Light bomb threats, do you think they will try to seize power again with another coup if Biden wins the presidency in 2024? I will not rule that out. However, January 6th was a massive, massive failure for the right, okay? And part of the reason is because they stupidly believed that they would be able to do anything to the capital of federal and military power. Instead, what their plan is that they are hijacking states. And we can see this in real time. States that are red are going more red. They're passing laws that make it harder to vote. They're passing laws that allow it to be easier for them to gerrymander to ensure that they have maximal right-wing control. I mean, we just covered Zoe Zephyr in Montana, who was completely and utterly unjustly censured and was not allowed. And keep in mind, so let me just drop some stats for you real quick to provide context. Zoe Zephyr won her district with, like, I believe 73% of the vote, if I remember correctly. Zoe Zephyr was insanely popular in her home district. She represents approximately 11,000 people in Montana. 11,000 people, she is their voice in the Montana State Representatives. And because the Republicans of that state determined that because she is trans, she should not have a say on them passing anti-trans bills. Insane, absolutely insane. They silenced 11,000 citizens. They sent the representative for 11,000 people home out of purely partisan, purely bigoted politics. This is the type of thing that, and they got away with it too. So at least so far, they've gotten away with it. We'll see if that is the case. So this is I think this is what we're more likely to see. I don't think personally, I'm not going to rule it out completely that they won't try a coup type thing again. like they did on January 6th, but I think that most conservatives have realized that they don't have a shot at federal power at the moment. Now, there is a small possibility that they do some really messed up shit, especially if Joe Biden passes away from old age. I think that would be a really, really bad thing. But I think that they're much more likely to engage in terroristic politics in red states and in states that are purple states that could tip either way. Do you guys remember the attempted kidnapping of Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan, I believe it was? A bunch of right-wingers were super pissed off about the Democratic governor, and so they got together a militia and tried to kidnap the governor. That's the type of stuff you're likely to see. That's the type of stuff that that we're likely to see to a greater degree. And we've already been seeing that. I mean, open out proud Nazis flying swastika flags have been showing up at random political events, generally ones that are about LGBT people. They are engaging in terroristic behaviors to try and silence their opponents and gain control regionally. I don't believe they have a shot at anything like a January 6th again, and I think they know that. I think they know that January 6th was an absolute disaster for them. So instead, I think they're more likely to try and seize strongholds of power in smaller states and then move from there. But I could be wrong. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Good night, Max Sips. I hope you rest well. Thanks for being here. Yeah, here's an example of it. Take a look at this. Here's footage of here's the actual footage. Here's a picture of them, and here's footage of it.
On the side of the road, like Coshocton.
Thank you.
So, when they should be.
There you got your swastika flag.
Anyway, I've got tape on so I can see.
And this says, "There will be blood." I wonder what the far right in America is signaling. Do you guys remember just 2 months ago at the Young Republicans Club in New York, a massive Republican gathering where where speakers stood up and said that they need to take this fight to the streets, that there needs to be they danced around using the word combat, but that there needs to be engagements on the streets. That's what they're pushing for. And keep in mind, right-wingers have a lot of militias. That's like one of their social groups. They got churches and they've got gun clubs and militias. The conservatives are committing themselves to a violent material politics that is going to involve them instilling terror and imposing their will by force, regardless of the will of the larger populace. So it's important that people get this in their mind and be ready to counteract that. Because keep in mind, if they're outnumbered, but are out organizing their opponents, then the other people need to start organizing to push back, and they're going to be outnumbered. They are losing, and they do know it. And their response to losing is to say, okay then, we're going to drop the mask. I have said this for literal years on my show. Conservatives do not believe in democracy. They say they do, but they don't. I grew up all around conservatives. I spent my whole life in conservative social circles because that's where I was raised. I was raised in an extreme Christian social group and in an extreme Christian cult. And in these conservative circles, they will say publicly that they care about democracy, but they don't. They do not care. They believe that democracy is just one means to an end. And the end that they want is their will, or in their mind, God's will often. They'll euphemize it as God's will. They'll say, it's not my will, it's what God wants. But regardless, they want their will imposed. And if democracy's working in their favor, then they support democracy. And if it stops working in their favor, well, then they don't give a shit about democracy anymore. Anyway, so that's that. I got one last meme, same animator. All right, we got one meme, and then I gotta do content. Here's the meme. I'm being very kind today. There's been a lot of linkers today.
Sonic the Hedgehog!
Hey, what's going on, Daddy?
I'm tired of you. What?
I said, what is the problem, Papa?
I am not your father, you little shit!
But you made me in a lab!
That was retcon, you fucking idiot!
Now, Dad, if you keep swearing in front of me, I'm gonna call Child Protective Services.
What are they gonna fucking do?
The court finds that for the abuse you've given Sonic Robotnik III, you will be forced to give up your science stuffs, your monies, and your robots.
My robots?
Well, you should have expected this after being so cruel to your poor blue boy.
He's not my son!
You know, that is not the best defense in a court case where you're trying to prove you're not a child abuser. I'm just saying.
Am I losing my mind?
Well, to tell you the truth, we're trying to get you arrested for terrorism and slavery, but we don't have the legal fees to cover that, so this is basically a cover-up second trial like OJ.
Oh.
Oh, also on Tuesday, you're scheduled for the chair.
What?
Death. All right, that was pretty good. That was good. That was well animated, and it was cute. That was a good one. That was a good one. Still very Sonic-y, but yeah. Ham Monkey with the $5. Fed post, Fed post, Fed post, no Fed posting, no Fed posting, and no Fed posting. I assure you, you don't want to be like conservatives. See, conservatives, they Fed post a lot. Conservatives Fed post all over the place, and also, they end up on no-fly lists. So, yeah. May I ask what Fed posting is? Fed posting is when you intentionally go out of your way to say illegal things in chat so that you get our chat in trouble. That's called Fed posting because you're being a Fed. You're trying to bait people into doing things, into saying things that are illegal, and also make the community look bad. So you get banned if you Fed post. It's very toxic. Yes, it's toxic behavior. That's why we say no Fed posting. Seriously, people. All right, everybody. You know what time it is? You know what time it is? You know what time it is? It's time for me to talk about The Last Jedi! My lovely, lovely imps! It is time for me to review The Last Jedi at long last. I have been going through, for those of you who are new to my Star Wars reviews, I have been going through and talking about all of the Star Wars movies. I decided a couple of months ago that I was just gonna go through. I was gonna start with the prequels, and I was gonna go all the way through the sequels, and then I'm gonna watch a bunch of the TV shows and play a bunch of the Star Wars games. We're calling it the Star Wars arc, and it's been actually really, really, really fun so far, and a lot of people have really liked my Star Wars reviews. They've prompted a lot of interesting conversation because I'm super political. So I like to talk about the politics and the whatever going on inside these movies and inside the pop culture phenomenon around them. I've reviewed all of the prequels up on my channel. I've gone through the OG trilogy, which are up on my channel. Well, most of them are posted. We're still waiting for some of them to get posted as videos. And now we've caught all the way up to the sequel trilogy. So today we're going to talk about The Last Jedi. That's right. If you are interested and you're having fun so far, smack that like button and make sure you subscribe so you can catch all the other videos, because these reviews have been really, really fun, and I would love to have you as one of my amazing imps. Now, without any further ado, let's talk about The Last Jedi. The Last Jedi is an interesting film. Boy, is it an interesting film. We just talked about The Force Awakens the other day, and I had a lot of negative things to say about The Force Awakens, but I also had a decent amount of positive things to say about The Force Awakens. The Last Jedi was directed and written by Rian Johnson, right? It was directed and written by him, right? Let me just make sure I got that correct. It was directed by Rian Johnson, and it was written by... Yeah, it was written by him, right? Am I wrong? I just want to make sure. Yeah, written by Rian Johnson. Yep. Now, some of you may know Rian Johnson as one of the most famous TV writers of recent memory. He wrote some of the most iconic and award-winning episodes of a little show called Breaking Bad. He also wrote and directed a series of very popular films called Knives Out. Rian Johnson? No, I think it's Ryan. I think it's pronounced Ryan. And Rian Johnson is a bit of a polarizing figure in some ways. A lot of people really, really love his stuff, and a bunch of other people really don't like his stuff. And I think part of the reason for that is that he has a very specific sense of humor that some people might describe as Reddit. And it is true. He does have a little bit of a Redditor sense of humor. I'm gonna be a little honest about that. However, I actually quite like Rian Johnson, even though I generally roast Reddit-style humor. Rian Johnson, I was actually very excited when I first heard that Rian Johnson was going to be was going to be making a Star Wars film. And it seemed like he was incredibly passionate about it, and that one of the things he really wanted to do was give the new sequels a real sense of personality that was distinct from the OG trilogy and the prequels. And if you'll remember, when I just talked about The Force Awakens, one of my biggest complaints was the fact that it got completely hijacked by soy nostalgia, as in like completely hijacked. The new characters who were introduced in The Force Awakens, Rey and Finn and Poe and BB-8, all got overshadowed by Han Solo and Chewie and Leia and Luke and R2-D2 and Chewbacca. Wait, I already said Chewbacca. It was a really, it's really unfortunate, and it was very unfortunate. So I was very excited to hear that Rian Johnson was going to try and take the sequels and give them their own stance, their own position, their own feeling. Now, originally, Rian Johnson was going to do the next two movies. He was going to do The Last Jedi, and then he was also going to do Rise of Skywalker, which is the third movie, which we'll get to. Don't bait me into talking about Rise of Skywalker. Don't bait me into it. We're gonna get there, I promise. I know you all are looking forward to the Rise of Skywalker review, because my God, that is going to be the most complex and the longest one that I do, for sure. Regardless, Rise of Skywalker is the worst of the 9 movies. It's the worst Star Wars movie, hands down. Rise of Skywalker is one of the worst movies I've ever seen. But let's not get there. Let's not do it. I can't do it. I can't. Okay, let's get there. The Last Jedi, okay? The Last Jedi had a lot of controversy around it when it first came out. And let me tell you, remember how I also mentioned that there was a bunch of weird conservative outrage around The Force Awakens because they had a main character who was a black guy, and they had a main character who was a woman, and they had a main character who was, you know, a Latino guy. Remember how I said there was a bunch of really weird people? It got even weirder in The Last Jedi, to the degree that it started to get deranged, because not only, I mean, they couldn't really blame Rian Johnson for introducing these characters because he didn't write those characters. He wasn't involved with the first film. Instead, they started doing this weird mental gymnastics where they basically tried to say that Rian Johnson was trying to wokenize the series, and that he was like departing from the vision that had been laid out by the writers of the first film. It was one of the dumbest and strangest things I've ever seen. And one of the things that they fixated on is this character right here. I'm gonna show you what she looks like, okay? Played by the incredibly talented Laura Dern, right here. Admiral Holdo, okay? Now, Admiral Holdo is a perfectly fine character. She's great. She looks good. She's a great actress. She's totally fine. They had a complete and utter meltdown about Admiral Holdo because one of the storylines was basically that Poe Dameron, a character from the first movie, the hotshot, arrogant pilot, that's his personality as established in the first movie, is that he's an arrogant hotshot pilot, behaves like an arrogant hotshot pilot, and actually gets himself in some trouble. And Admiral Holdo gets mad at him. And in the minds of the conservatives who were very angry at this movie, they believed that this was supposed to be like a hyper-feminist message about how men are bad and women can be leaders too. And that's just insane, okay? It's just actually insane that they would, and they did say this, like a lot, okay? They were like, the purple-haired SJW, she had to put the men in their place, when that's not even close to what actually happened in the movie at all. It's wild. Now, of course, Admiral Holdo was not the only character that got a lot of shit. The other character that got an incredible amount of shit was this character, a character by the name of Rose Tico, played by Kelly Marie Tran. And I bet you can guess right away why people got really, really mad about her. It's because she's Asian and a woman. And when I say they got so mad that it was like daily, there were these Star Wars conservative channels that were just churning out videos about how she was the worst thing that had ever happened. And she was a side character. It was insane, okay? You guys need to understand how insane the discourse around The Last Jedi actually was. It was nonstop. She got so much harassment, it's actually insane. And there's two reasons why I'm bringing this up. Because when we talk about Rise of Skywalker, this is gonna be, you all need to remember this. Put this in your mind, put a little bookmark in your head. Remember that I talked about this character, Rose Tico, in advance, because it's gonna be relevant when we come back to Rise of Skywalker, okay? So I just wanted to put that out there, that the conversation, the political real world conversation around The Last Jedi was actually deranged. The movie itself was highly polarizing. A lot of people really, really liked The Last Jedi, and a lot of people really, really hated it. And it was actually, once again, it seemed to be a pretty political division, that that people who weren't obsessed with women in movies and weren't obsessed with race, anybody who's not white being in a movie, that those people tended to like the movie just fine, and the people who tended to be very angry about the movie were very angry about SJWs and all this type of stuff. And as a result, it was very difficult to parse through critique of this movie. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, I really do think that this movie deserves critique, and I'm going to be doing some critique, some pretty heavy critique of The Last Jedi here. And it might be fresh to some people, because for a long time, the only people who were digging into this movie, who were like really hard critiquing the movie, were doing so because SJW Admiral, Asian character, woman character. Okay? Now, let's talk about the movie itself. Poe Dameron should have been killed by firing line. Okay? Let me just be clear, okay? I need you to understand this. Gayfesh, who watched the movie with me, can tell you that I actually said that during the viewing of the movie. That's the first thing I needed to say, is that in that movie, Poe Dameron should have been killed by firing line, okay? Poe Dameron is arguably a villain in this movie. It was so bad. He got so many people killed. Him personally got almost the entire rebellion, because of his personal actions, got almost the entire rebellion erased from existence. Thousands of people killed, dozens of ships completely obliterated and knocked out of the sky, specifically because he made such foolish decisions. And while some people might argue that it wasn't the best writing for his character, I would in fact argue that it beggared belief that they had a main character behave so badly and not really have a serious arc, because he didn't. He just basically got away with it. But in my opinion, The Last Jedi basically made Poe out to be a terrible person. And I don't know, and he never got any actual, he didn't actually really get any character growth from that. He never had any character growth from the fact that his personal decisions, his willingness to engage in highly risky behavior personally ensured that a ton of people died. It's one of the biggest things that I never hear mentioned about this film's writing, and one of the biggest flaws in the film is that Poe Dameron in this movie just sucks. He's just a horrible, horrible person, and that it was never resolved. Now, I imagine that it was probably going to be resolved, but I'm not 100% sure, because at the end of the movie, everyone's kind of just on good terms with Poe. The very beginning, when the decision he made in the beginning to continue the bombing run is fine. At the beginning of the film, he makes a decision to disobey an order and go forward with a bombing run to take down a very valuable Empire target. That is something that you can imagine is forgivable. A lot of people died as a result of that attack, but it was his genuine belief, and he made a foolish call. But later on in the film, he actually defects and he gives information that directly leads to the Empire being able to completely obliterate the entire rebel presence, and nearly gets 2 of their leaders killed. That's the order he gets punished for, the first one. So, hold on, let me explain this. Let me explain how it happens, okay? Yeah, he leads a literal mutiny, and then he leads a mutiny so that Rose, his co-conspirators, Rose and Finn, can go to a planet where they unintentionally recruit an Imperial spy. The Imperial spy, who is then able to, as a result of their actions, hack into and compromise the security of the rebel fleet, which results in them being unable to escape. The plan that they have, which would have allowed for a lot of them to survive and take cover on Crate, is undone directly because of the actions of Poe Dameron. Which is why I was saying that Poe Dameron actually does deserve, like, he deserved to be executed by Blaster, okay? And they just kind of let it go. He wasn't a spy, he was a mercenary that went for gold. That's completely not the point. DJ isn't an Imperial spy. He rats them out after returning his payment, meaning he wasn't paid, so he got his money. Don't join. I don't. An Imperial spy can be anybody who spies for the Empire. So, no, I don't agree with that interpretation. He decides he doesn't get paid by the rebels because Poe decides to fucking run a mutiny, and instead he decides to spy on behalf of the Empire, and he gives the Empire he gives Admiral Hux the information necessary to know that they're sneakily escaping the ships down to Crate. It literally, Poe's mutiny directly leads to the targeting and explosion of basically unshielded rebel transports. The only reason he did that was because Holdo wouldn't tell anyone her plan, so everyone naturally thinks she's just going to fly until they die and do nothing. Yeah, but that's stupid. And also, it's bad writing. This is one of the parts where this movie has really bad writing, because actually it's not true. We know that Holdo did tell her plan to other people. Yeah, and also, yes, exactly, as Alora brings up, why would Holdo even tell Poe in the first place? He's not in the chain of command. He wasn't in the chain of command. He was not only not in the chain of command, he was also demoted out of the small position of command that he had. Anyway, we're spending way too much time ranting about this particular thing, because I know that people were gonna have opinions on this, but it is one of the biggest and worst written parts of this movie that I think was terrible. I think has nothing to do with feminism. It has nothing to do with anything like that. It's just, it made no sense. Poe was basically a villain in this movie, and it was terrible. The stuff that was good, okay? I want to talk about the stuff that I really liked in this film. Basically, everything with Luke was really enjoyable, especially Puppet Yoda. I actually really liked the fact that they brought back Puppet Yoda to have an emotional and intense and plot relevant conversation with Luke. It was great. It was, and I liked Luke's arc. I know that a lot of people really hated Luke's arc. They were very angry about the fact that that Luke like had a loss of faith, but I don't think there was any other way it could have gone. At the end of Star Wars The Force Awakens, Luke deliberately left to go hide away on a planet. He explicitly went out of his way to hide where he went. He did not want anyone to find him. So unless they had basically two options. Rian Johnson, as far as I could tell, had two options for what to do with Luke. Either Luke burnt out and basically shut himself off to the Jedi Order and the Force, or Luke was secretly pumping iron on a secret planet, and he was getting so powerful that he didn't want anybody to see him while he was pumping iron and getting super ripped. And obviously, that would have been even stupider than what actually happened in this movie. So I think the Luke loss of faith arc was actually really fitting. And also, I don't think that it contradicts Luke's character at all. Luke was a really good person, but he also had an abortive training. He also was somewhat careless. He was also severely traumatized, and he wasn't prepared to deal with a universe that was like post the rebellion. So I think it actually made sense to have him have a loss of faith arc. And I think that it was done very well. Everything that happened on Luke's planet was great. The conversations between him and Rey were good. They built character for both of them. You got to see that it was like one of the times we finally got some characterization for Rey, which was that you started to see that Rey is basically a sort of hopelessly idealistic, but ultimately very good-hearted individual. That like she actually shares a lot of personality with young Luke. She's willing to, she goes down to the dark side and confronts her dark side before she's ready, much like Luke does. But to a less destructive degree. She's actually like in a lot of ways, she's portrayed in The Last Jedi as sort of Luke, but a little bit wiser maybe. And Luke he's jaded. He's not able to see the good in Rey as a learner until it's almost too late. There was a lot of things that I liked. Everything from Luke just totally being like having shut himself off to the Force entirely, to the scenes that were shot on his planet between him and Rey, and then of course the scenes between Rey and Kylo Ren, which occurred on that planet, which was sort of this struggle between you should come to the light side, no, you should come to the dark side, which was actually very compelling because we don't actually really see that in the original trilogy. It's never really, you never believe that there's a possibility that that Darth Vader will come to the light side, and you don't ever really believe that Luke has a real chance of going to the dark side. But in this movie, you actually do, you're given enough to believe, wow, Kylo Ren could become a good guy, and Rey could actually break bad. And I like that a lot. I think they were really well done. I think that it was compelling. And also it looked awesome. The sets and the little creatures and the green nasty milk and Luke basically living a hermit lifestyle and echoing like a dark mirror version of Yoda, where he's like grouchy and fallen Yoda, I think is great. I thought it was awesome. It was good. And yeah, it was those portions of the movie are the best parts of the movie. Nobody likes it because it's gross, but gross is sometimes great, okay? It's just sometimes gross things are great. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. And of course, like I said, the scene between Luke and the Force ghost of Puppet Yoda is fantastic. It's great. It was I soy-faced. I clapped. But I'm not kidding you. It actually was good. It was the type of nostalgia that I liked a lot. It wasn't too overindulgent. It was a short scene where Yoda basically goes, "You idiot. How could you have become so blind? Open your eyes. The Jedi texts don't matter. It's not about that. It was never about the Jedi texts. It was never about destroying the Jedi texts. It was never about preserving the Jedi texts. It is about making sure that these young people have hope. It's about passing on the light of hope into a universe that is being torn apart by war." And it's a great scene. I love it. I think it's great. And now we have to talk about the other arcs in the story. And by that, I mean the non-arcs that occurred, okay? This is the part that there is so much of this movie that I felt was just very boring and also didn't end up going anywhere at all. I already tore apart Poe's whole arc. I thought Poe's thing was terrible. If they wanted to make more sense, Poe should have become a villain. And they should have just committed to basically Poe leaving the rebellion after getting a bunch of people killed. And then maybe in the third movie, they have a thing where they have to go hunt down Poe, like a reverse. You know what? Wow, why don't you make it like a reverse of the of Han Solo? You know how in Return of the Jedi they got to go rescue Han Solo because Luke's carelessness got Han Solo frozen into carbonite? Now make it so that Poe leaves and they gotta go hunt him down. He's got information. And then they have a character arc where they maybe decide to forgive him because he actually grows as a person and realizes that he actually caused a lot of harm or something like that. Anything. But they don't. Sorry, no spoilies. Rose and Finn run around on a goofy, crappy-looking planet. They go to, like, the ugliest casino planet you can imagine, and they ride around on admittedly cute horses for no real reason. It feels very aimless. It doesn't go anywhere. Literally nothing that they do does anything. They don't accomplish anything except getting more people killed. It makes no sense, and by the way, they never grow as a result of that. In the movie itself, and also, little spoilies for Rise of Skywalker, it's never resolved in Rise of Skywalker either. So they never learn anything as a result of defecting from the rebellion in a moment of need. None of them learn anything. They don't go anywhere. Their character, these storylines, these story arcs don't go anywhere. It's just time, it's filler. They run around on a planet and then they return to the exact state of affairs that they were in before. They literally go back to the ships and the ships are still slowly running away from the Imperial ships. And it's actually almost hilarious. I got mad at this while I was watching because there's like 20 shots, in the movie that are almost identical. It's a shot of the back of the rebel ships running away from the Imperial ships and lasers going and they throw it in like not 20 times, realistically more like 7 times. It's like, we get it. They're moving slowly away from the enemy ships. I get it. They're slowly moving away and it goes they show it so many times and it's just like, why? Why would they do that? Who cares? Like, it's so stupid. It's so dumb. I don't care if they do a slow chase. A slow chase is fine, but they cut back to it so many times as if to remind you there are stakes, but there aren't any stakes. They weren't doing anything. Their brave idea didn't do anything. It didn't do anything but get a couple people killed. And they never deal with that. They never confront the fact that they got people killed. They just kind of go, whoops, it didn't work out. And Leia pats them on the head and says, next time, maybe you should follow orders. It feels like a bad line from the prequels. in the prequels, there's all these dumb throwaway lines where Obi-Wan Kenobi's like, Anakin, you need to learn to follow orders. But they're throwaway lines. It's a single line, not like an entire arc. The whole arc of Finn, Rose, Poe, and all of them is... I don't get it. Made no sense to me. And then there's the whole Kylo thing. The Kylo arc, I feel like Kylo got, like, he got ripped off just a little bit. Silent says, but Rose's character arc was to realize that anyone can become a hero of the Resistance, which is supposed to strengthen the theme in Rey's arc that she doesn't have to be a member of some notable family, that she can just be Rey and to be a hero because of how she chooses to act. But Rose isn't a hero. They fail. So it doesn't even work. She doesn't become a hero. She becomes a hero because the camera fixates on her. Rose saves Finn's life. Okay, I'm trying to take this movie on the grounds of the movie itself, not what could have been, because we all know what actually happened anyway, and what could have been didn't happen. But who cares? Finn was a defector. Finn spent the whole movie fucking up and being a coward. They literally went backwards in his character for basically no reason. A failed heroic effort. It wasn't heroic. It was cowardly. It's just, I don't think it was well written. I know what they were trying to go for. I'm not saying that they weren't trying to go for that, but yeah. The attack was caused by Poe Finn and Rose defecting. Yes, they all knowingly participate in a mutiny and they fail. So I don't think, by the way, this is not me hating on any of the actors. I think all of the actors portrayed their characters very well. It's one of the things, I should be clear on that. I do think that this movie has very good portrayals of all of the characters. It's just what they tried to do did not come together, like basically at all. Defecting means they go to the other side. Can we call it deserting? Deserting, sorry, you're right. Defecting is too far. We're not doing Rise of Skywalker. We're doing The Last Jedi. I just don't think that Rian Johnson made it come together at all. Now, I think a lot of things were trying to be set up, and I can be charitable to that fact. I will do my best to be charitable to that fact that, like, they were clearly trying to set some things up, but I don't think they succeeded, and I don't know why. I can't explain why they made some of the decisions that they did. I have no idea why they chose to write the mutiny arc the way that they did. It just none of it really made a whole lot of sense. And Rose, like I said, Rose never really became a hero outside of the fact that you're supposed to believe she's a hero because the movie is telling you that, which I think is lazy writing, like very lazy writing. And Kylo Ren kind of got a little bit ripped off, just a tiny bit. I don't know how you can say Rose has no arc if you compare her first scene with Finn to her last scene with Finn. You can say it's not an interesting arc. I think Finn's arc ends up very unrewarding compared to the others. I guess I don't know. I don't know what's the heroic. Rose is like attached to Finn because he's a hero of the rebellion, not that he did like a single heroic act. Like I don't know. I don't think it came together. Like, maybe if you want to interpret it as like her saying like, oh, I'm just a janitor, I can't do anything good, then I guess you could say that she has an arc. But I don't really think that her choosing to try and save her personal friend is the same thing as what she was saying at the beginning of the movie. At the beginning of the movie, she was starstruck. She was starstruck about meeting a hero of the rebellion, not just somebody who is like generally brave. So I guess I can understand where if you like do a little gimme, I guess. I guess. But I don't know. I don't think that really, I still don't think it meshed very well. And it's not compelling. It's not compelling on the screen. Yeah, I guess if you want to say she gains self-confidence, sure. That's fine. She does gain some self-confidence. She gains enough self-confidence to fly a ship, to crash a ship into another ship, which is, sure. I feel like Poe and Finn and Rose all kind of got the short end of the stick. And it wasn't amazingly compelling. I think what would have been cooler, actually I'm trying to think, what could have been cooler? What would have been better? How would you do this? Flaming Tricycle says, Poe did a mutiny in a desperate act because he was a soldier not being given orders, and he's desperate to make that reckless choices in the beginning something that wasn't in vain. He's a fanatic. His arc was learning that loss happens. That wasn't his arc. He was blind to loss. He was completely blind to loss. He didn't care about the loss. All he saw was the achievement. He saw the achievement of blowing up a big ship because that's where his mind is. His mind is always in the cockpit. She literally says that. Rose's message needs to be we live for each other instead of die for a cause. Yeah, but that's very different. That's like sort of introduced at the end, but that's not like the start. Like, I don't think her character starts by believing that you should die for a cause at all, right? Anyway, let's move on. I want to finish everything else I have to say about this. The side character arcs are not very good. And also, they're pretty boring. It's one of the things that really kind of drove me mad was I didn't, when I first saw TLJ, I remember thinking about all the Luke and Rey and Kylo stuff a lot and really liking that. And and that was what I was mostly thinking about. On my second viewing, I ended up I ended up zoning out. Like, it was so boring to watch the side stuff that, like, I realized in my first viewing I was more charitable to the film. I mentioned this in my review of The Force Awakens, which is that when I rewatched Force Awakens, I liked Force Awakens slightly more than I did the first time. And when I rewatched The Last Jedi, I liked The Last Jedi slightly less than I did the first time. Yeah. And I feel like a lot of that is because this time I was watching it with more of a clear mind to the side characters' plots. The side characters' plots were just incredibly boring. They were just weird, sort of unbelievable tension, and yeah. However, there were some things I did like. Obviously, the outfits, the costuming was on point for this movie. The guards in everybody always brings up the guards in Snoke's room. Snoke's throne room guards look sick. The throne room looks really awesome. The little nun aliens are really great. Even the porgs are fine. I don't love the porgs, but they're fine. They're cute. Snoke does look pretty goofy, but that's just a problem with Snoke. Like, that's not just this movie. That's all, like, Snoke was a weird decision. Yeah, and, the fuck is a porg? Porgs are they're like these little birds. Snoke is weird, and I don't know what they were planning with Snoke. I don't think they were even doing anything. Dark Emperor Snoke. It was, I don't know, Snoke was weird. Regardless, I'm trying to remember if there's anything else I was missing out. The fight. Everybody always talks about the fight in the throne room. Oh, it's the coolest fight ever. Oh, it's so awesome. It's the coolest fight ever. It was pretty cool. I gotta be honest. I do think that the throne room fight is pretty cool. It's very video gamey. It's very video gamey, but it is cool. It's cool video gamey. It has a lot of, it looks great. Like the flashing and the sparks and the stuff falling down. It's pretty great. I know that some people have problems with the sort of Power Rangers-esque choreography where there's like only two guys ever engaging at once, but it's not that bad. I've watched it. I specifically watched for that. I wanted to just watch it with fresh eyes and see how bad it is. And there's really only like one shot where that's true. It really isn't that, it really wasn't that big of a deal. The overall fight is pretty cool. And also it's really great to see the Sith Jedi characters, the all white Rey with her blue lightsaber and all black Kylo with his red lightsaber fighting in this crazy room. It's very aesthetic. It has it's cool. It's great. I like it. It's a good scene. I don't agree that it's the best lightsaber fight in the entire series. I think that's silly. I think the best lightsaber fight in the series still goes to Return of the Jedi, the fight between Luke and Darth Vader, which has the most emotional stakes. It has the most relevant choreography. I think that's still the best one in the series by a pretty long shot. But I do think that the aesthetic is on point and it's very fun. Also, I want to point out, I really like the scene. Between where Kylo is holding out his hand and he's like, "You could join me. You should join me." And it's like it's very tense. There's this thing where that recurring attempt of them to convert each other to each other's point of view is continuing. And because Kylo activates the lightsaber to cut Snoke in half, you actually believe, oh my God, is Kylo gonna actually defect? Is he gonna become a good guy? Are we gonna get good guy Kylo? And of course he doesn't, which is a little bit odd, but it's cool that you can believe it for a second. And then you see him kind of like phase back over to his dark side ways. It was good. It's a little bit short, but it's nice. It's a nice feeling to be able to be like, oh wait, he might actually do this. And he sells it. Obviously, Adam Driver is a god. He's like a really good actor, and he sells the character very well. And also, after that, the battle on Crate, which is also just aesthetically awesome. The planet of Crate looks awesome. all of the like customized walkers and the swarming TIE fighters, it's not nearly as good as the Hoth. It wanted to be Hoth. It's very clear that it really wanted to be Hoth. However, it was no Hoth. Hoth had this great trench combat tension that was not present on Crate barely at all. And part of that is because you're spending there's so much time spent focusing on Finn and Rose and the weird super drill. It would have been way better if it was trench combat and it just got horrible stalemate until Luke and Rey arrive. However, it looked cool. The red salt was really awesome. The base was imposing, had a Helm's Deep kind of feel to it. The giant door with the dingy, dark cave inside. The like incredible contrast between the dark, horrible conditions inside the fortress and the huge blasted plains outside. And I loved the little vehicles that draw the smoke so that they can get closer. I would have loved to see them actually show that, like show the ships used to pull smoke up so that the rebels can run forward to a position, you know what I mean? And or retreat to a position. That would have been great. They didn't really show that. It just was kind of implied. But it would have been really cool if they did that. But overall, the battle looked very nice. It had a very iconic appearance that I quite enjoyed. Yes, exactly. Posadas John says, add more of the salty Hoth battle and remove basically all of the casino and stupid mutiny plot. Literally, can you imagine if they got rid of the casino mutiny plot and instead the latter like third of the movie was just a grueling holdout in the trenches, and all of the characters had to survive in the trenches and bond and deal with their shit and think about how their lives are going to end in the trenches and whether or not they actually still have hope or not? That would have been way better. So much better. It could have been, oh, awesome. Could have been great. That'd be awful? I don't think it would have been awful. I think that would have been better. I think it would have been way better. And then of course there's the very silly, the very silly, nobody's ever really gone. The weird hyper sappy conversations between Force Ghost Luke. Okay, here's a hot take. Most of the Force Ghost Luke stuff was really dumb. The dice was so goofy. However, I actually liked the scene where they're blasting the shit out of Luke's Force Ghost. The Luke Force Ghost where he's like, he's standing there and then you have Kylo Ren going absolutely batshit. He's just like, kill him! Kill him! Blast him! More! That was awesome. It was so much fun. It was so hammy and it was that bratty Kylo Ren that we get again. It's so good. You get the tension between Hux and the deranged religious psychopath that is Kylo Ren. Unfortunately, most of the Force Ghost Luke stuff just felt weird and it didn't really make a whole lot of sense to me after everything that happened. I know that it was a way of showing that Luke changed his mind, but it was kind of a silly way of showing that he changed his mind, right? Why wouldn't they just have him take the X-Wing? They show the X-Wing in the water, and tiny spoilers, he takes the X-Wing out of the water in the next film anyway. Why didn't he just physically fly there and show that he's returned, give him a few scenes, bonding with the characters, showing that his heart is back in the rebellion, inspiring some of that hope again, and then have him actually die? instead of just dying as a ghost and then dying alone on the planet in a weird melodramatic fadeaway scene. It just, you could have, you know what would have been great? It would have, you know, it would have even made more sense, because if Kylo Ren cut Luke in half and he turned into a cloak just like Obi-Wan had, it would have perfectly echoed Obi-Wan failing Anakin, Luke failing Kylo, and having a moment of redemption. How's he gonna get there in time? This is post prequel Star Wars. Time doesn't matter at all. There is no time. Like, in none of these movies, they have never brought back the concept of travel time. Travel time disappeared in Phantom Menace and never ever came back. Just he never came back. It was gone. Time sucks? No, time is great, but Star Wars they got rid of the concept of time. Star Wars literally threw it out. In Revenge of the Sith, Padme has a pregnancy that advances over 5 days, and they teleport across the galaxy instantaneously multiple times. It's stupid, so who cares? Whatever they needed to do, they should have figured out a way to make it so that it wasn't a Force ghost and that he didn't just kind of disappear all by himself, because the anger from that angry scene was great, but was it worth the weird like Force ghost walking around and having dialogue conversation? I don't know. It was very weird, and the dice was weird and didn't make a whole lot of sense, and the dice got left behind anyway. I just, and then the ending. Oh, that's the ending, and then that's the end of the film. There was a lot to dislike about this movie, and there were some things to like about it. Yes, exactly. Oh, Posadas John says, if they had decided instead to go with a drawn-out battle like Reverse Hoth, then there would have been enough time. Exactly. Precisely. I think the dice were also an illusion, were they? Wasn't the dice created for Solo? I have no idea. I think it makes more sense for Luke to not put himself in a position where Kylo directly murders him, because I think he still wants Kylo to be redeemed. He doesn't want him to fall so far. But that doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be mean, but that doesn't make any sense. He gets blasted into the ground. Kylo functionally murders him anyway. So that doesn't, like, he literally he thinks that's the actual Luke, and he blasts him into the ground, like with 100 lasers, and is screaming, more, more, more! So like, huh? Why not just, if you're gonna do that anyway, if you're going to have it be that Kylo is overcome by his anger, just have Luke go in person. Oh, they disappear when Kylo picks them up? And he forces Kylo to see how little that sort of weaponry matters to a Jedi? Wouldn't that also be true if Kylo sliced him with a lightsaber and then he said, destroying me will only make me stronger, just like Obi-Wan did, and then he disappears, and it turns out that in the third movie, Kylo Ren is thwarted because, as it turns out, killing Luke didn't matter. It was just a way to buy time. It would have been like poetry. It would have rhymed. Luke being there physically would have just led to dumb fan service shit, but there was already dumb fan service shit. And anyway, the effect was the same. The weaponry still kills Luke anyway by the exertion that Luke had to project himself there. So, I don't know. Anyway, Luke versus Kylo lightsaber fight where Luke doesn't strike at all and instead just buys time for people to escape or something would have been way better. Would have been way better. Plus, it would have given us time to like see Kylo lose his shit more in a more up close way. Yeah, so the soy factor of The Last Jedi was much lower. There was much less weird soy-facing nostalgia baiting. It was way, way less of that. However, the writing was not better. The writing was arguably worse even than The Force Awakens. The Force Awakens wasn't well written, but it wasn't bad either. It was just kind of like too fixated on the old characters. It was just... there was a lot of decisions that really made this, and I will say, I was way more bored watching The Last Jedi than I was watching The Force Awakens on just a pure popcorn eating, like mouth breathing, oh, cool lasers. The Force Awakens is way more exciting and cool and interesting than The Last Jedi with the stupid casino planet and them running around in hallways doing nothing. Yeah. So, anyway, The Last Jedi, a very complicated movie. And while I do believe that it would have actually been possible for this movie to go somewhere. For example, I actually do think, I want to be 100%, I want to be as fair to this movie as I can. I think that if they had followed a couple of the themes that were set up in this film, specifically with Rey, Kylo, and Luke Skywalker, that they could have actually had a compelling third movie. If they decided to go, actually, the old ways of the Jedi don't matter. What matters instead is that the Jedi can represent hope against the Empire. They can represent, and also, if they decided to go, your background doesn't matter. Your family name doesn't matter. Your ability to access the Force is a matter of personal refinement, of discipline, of introspection, of mastering yourself. That could have been really cool. That would have been really cool. And guess what? You want to know what game does that? Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order and Star Wars Jedi Survivor. That's right. Those games are actually very much about moving beyond the Jedi teachings and learning to understand what was actually important about the Jedi for all these people in the first place. It does actually, yes. Silent. It's actually I was pretty surprised. But yeah, oh yeah, people mentioned that I didn't mention the Holdo maneuver, and that's because I didn't really care. The Holdo maneuver thing was really, I was completely ambivalent towards it. I don't think it, I don't know, it didn't, it was okay. She did a cool move. It was a character that was introduced in this movie and then at least acknowledge the filmmaking part of that part. What do you mean? Like that the special effect looked good? I do think the special effect was relatively good looking. But it looked fine. But the problem was it was immediately afterwards. Wasn't it immediately afterwards followed up by the, no, wait, that was before. The flying Leia. It was a cool, it wasn't a shot. I mean, it is a shot, but it's not a film shot. It wasn't made with like miniatures. It was a special, it was a special effect. And it looked all right. I thought it was cool, I guess. It's just, it didn't have that much impact because, I don't know, it didn't really, I don't know, it didn't really do all that much. And because immediately after the Holdo maneuver, they go down to the planet and have a big final battle. So like, they tell you, again, they're telling you it did something, and it kind of did, but like, maybe the Holdo maneuver should have been something at the end. Like, okay, hold on. Here we go. This is my last thing before we move on to other things, okay? Maybe you should have had Hoth 2, long protracted battle on Crate, and they're like, oh my God, we actually can't escape. It's a do or die situation. No one is answering our call. That was a big part, was that nobody was coming to answer the call, and people were losing hope. And so they say, listen, there's only one way that we can escape from Crate. Everybody has to pile on to one of these 2 vessels, okay? We're gonna put everybody, all of the survivors, on the first vessel. And then the second vessel, we're gonna put Holdo on there, and she's gonna sacrifice herself by doing the Holdo maneuver to distract so the second vessel can get away and everybody can escape. That would have been cooler. It's just that in the way that it was in the movie, the Holdo maneuver happens, and then they immediately go into the conclusion of the film, which is this big exciting battle. So that you don't even, it's not that exciting. It doesn't do that much. It's like, okay, she sacrificed herself. Now they're going to have a final battle. So, yeah. It only allowed Finn and Rose to get off the ship. Yeah, basically. Okay, so, The Last Jedi was a big mixed bag. It really made me shrug my shoulders. I felt about it very similarly to the way that I felt about The Force Awakens, which is, okay, it was a movie. It wasn't very compelling. There was basically no actual internal politics to the film, which was a problem with The Force Awakens as well, that these films are like politically sterile. They like actively avoid having any like political commentary on the universe of Star Wars, which is my favorite part of Star Wars. I like it when Star Wars gets political. I like it when Star Wars, yeah, I like it when Star Wars is willing to talk about politics. It was the only saving grace of the prequel trilogy. It did feel like a setup for stories to come, and I do feel like they could have done a lot more, especially, by the way, with the ending shot. Everybody knows the ending shot of the kid using the Force powers to pick up the shit brush, the shit mop. He's like, you know, he's standing in the dirty thing, and he goes and picks up the mop to clean out the stable, and you're like, wow, oh my God, even the stable boy can have a Force power. But as we know, there was no follow-up. So a setup with no follow-up can only be judged on how effective and entertaining it was on its own. And it wasn't very entertaining, and it didn't really have that much to say. And they wasted the talent of a bunch of really, really talented actors. Because that is, again, I will say it one more time. I said it, I think, 3 times throughout this review. The acting was fantastic. There was not a single bad performance in that whole movie. Every single actor put their all into it, and it showed. But to what? To what end? There wasn't a coherent goal or a coherent message, and the few themes that were solidly delivered were not, well, we have to wait to talk about Rise of Skywalker, don't we? Yeah. Anyway, that's The Last Jedi. That's my long-winded review of The Last Jedi. I hope you enjoyed it. If you had fun listening to me rant about The Last Jedi and get mad and get happy and all of the different things that I brought up, make sure that you press that subscribe button right down below and ring the bell. It takes 2 seconds. And, of course, leave me a comment with your thoughts. I would love to hear your thoughts about the Star Wars movie and where you think I'm wrong, where you think I'm maybe right. where you think I got a detail wrong. If you want to tell me about how actually the polished voodoo hide would have deflected a laser cannon more effectively, then you can do that in the comments. Anyway, thank you very, very much. Much love. All right, there we go, everybody. Rise of Skywalker is going to be next stream. Rise of Skywalker is next stream. And boy, oh boy, is that one going to be a fun one. I'm excited to do Rise of Skywalker. I'm super excited because I don't have to play nice even a little bit. There's, you know what? We'll get there. I play nice with Force Awakens and with The Last Jedi because you know what? There's actually some enjoyable stuff. There's things to be nice about. And just remember, everybody, no one's ever really gone. What if we form a Rian Johnson cult and force Disney to release the Johnson cut of Rise of Skywalker? Rise of Skywalker is an unsalvageable film. It would have to, the TLJ slander is over. Name, no, you know what? Name one thing. Name one thing I slandered. Hit me with it. Tell me what I slandered. Do it. You guys, you know what we haven't had? We haven't had a nerd emoji art. Well, we had some, but I want to hear what I slandered. What did I slander? I don't think I slandered shit. Where's the pause champs? Anybody? Nope. It's not gonna happen. Where are they? I think it's weird to call Poe a traitor. Poe's a traitor! Poe is he's actually a traitor. Unironically, he does a mutiny. He absolutely is a traitor. No, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He's a traitor in the film. I think it was stupid to write him that way, but he is unequivocally, no questions asked, a traitor. I didn't say CGI can't be filmmaking. CGI can be filmmaking. I do think given the info they were working on, it was reasonable to try something even if it was a complete shit show. No. Yes and no. If he wanted to try something, it should have been something different. Even still, he's still a traitor. They were told nothing about the plan. He was told nothing about the plan because he just got demoted for being a dumbass. So, and yeah. Poe should have followed orders and listened to his superior instead of feeding his hero complex. No. Here's the thing. You can write a story where he's vindicated for not listening to his superiors. They're the rebels, after all. In fact, this exists. It exists in a movie called Rogue One. That's right, Rogue One. In Rogue One, a large group of rebels decide to disobey the orders of the rebel council because they believe that getting the plans to the Death Star is more important than political wagering among the alliance, the Rebel Alliance Council. And in that movie, it is fully fleshed out that the people who engage in that are doing so out of a sense of what is right and what is wrong, and that they're not just a salty. They're not just salty that they got demoted, and acting grossly out of line. Poe just doesn't like Admiral Holdo. He just shits on Admiral Holdo and then does a mutiny that endangers more people than Admiral Holdo. I agree that it's bad writing, but what he does is supremely selfish. And you can compare that to the actions of Jyn Erso and Cassian Andor in Rogue One. In Rogue One, they make a decision that is personal with people, and there's actually a scene that's filmed of them saying, guys, you know that this is gonna get us in a lot of trouble. You guys know that this is gonna go bad. They don't kill anybody. They don't threaten anybody with guns. They're not turning on their own allies. They just disobey orders and they're right. They're actually correct because they're rebels. What have we seen that makes us actually trust or believe the capabilities of Holdo? We, the viewers? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna step into the language of the film. Holdo is Leia's personal friend who Leia handpicks to be her successor. Leia, who is venerated in this series as basically a god. Leia is an unassailably good person. There is literally no reason in the text of the movies that we should distrust Leia. Not even in the way like the prequels where you're supposed to distrust the Jedi Order. Like in the prequel movies, the Jedis are the good guys, but there's a tongue-in-cheek thing going on because Lucas is also criticizing the existence of the Jedi Order and writing a story about how the Jedi are actually kind of full of themselves. That's not what's happening here. Leia is an unassailably good character. She is a heroic, almost godlike character in this universe who never betrays. She doesn't even punish Poe outside of demoting him. She actually just goes, hey, that was wrong of you. I have to demote you. And she doesn't like throw him in the brig or kick him out or anything. She just says, you're no longer in command. I have to take you out of a position of command. Holdo is her personal friend and her hand-picked successor who she deliberately puts into, and we see her working with Holdo on various plans. Poe is just an idiot in this film. Also, even in the movie, the entire bridge, minus that one person, minus that one girl, all are on board with Holdo and are clearly in the loop. When they do the mutiny, they arrest all of the people who are clearly aware of what Holdo's plan actually was. Sorry, I have to clean my monitor I have to clean my camera just a tiny bit. There we go. You're all clean now. Oh, that's fair, Ashmar. I was just giving you shit. Flaming Tricycle, I see that you're like a Poe Dameron worshiper. I understand. I do agree with Lefty McLefterson in YouTube chat says Poe is the true victim of The Last Jedi's writing. Honestly, well, wait, nobody's arguing for blind authority. That is not what's going on in that movie. I mean, it is kind of stupidly written, but it's not blind authority, but yeah. But yes, Lefty McLefterson says, yeah, the Poe is the real victim of The Last Jedi's writing, and it is true. Poe and Finn especially are the greatest victims of The Last Jedi's writing. Poe and Finn got done mega dirty. Finn deserved to be like the second most important character, if not the most important character in the entirety of that 3-movie sequel arc. Finn had so much potential. John Boyega is such a good actor. The Finn character was so enjoyable, and they did him so dirty. Oh, they did him so fucking dirty. No, Falmer, I haven't. I was doing Star Wars. My hair is getting so long, I miss the long hair. We're getting there. It's growing. I can't wait for my hair to be long again, too. I miss my hair being long. I miss being able to put my hair up and stuff. You guys have no idea. Okay, of course you do, because you've all seen Rise of Skywalker. But let me just tell you, if you hate people getting done dirty, you're gonna be very happy to hear me yell about Rise of Skywalker, because that movie basically took a giant fucking shit on every single character. Anyway, all right, everybody, we need to move on. We must move on, because we have to talk about a little bit of politics, and then after the politics, we got to do some video games. That's right. Tonight might be the night that we beat, I don't know for sure, but we might beat Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, which would be really exciting. Oh, sorry, Arlo. I've been very busy. I haven't had a chance to talk about it. Give me a minute, or give me a little bit of time. We'll see what we can do. I have to talk to the mod team and see what we can do. I can't make any promises, but yeah. We haven't done a Cooking Mama. We need to do a Cooking Mama soon, but don't worry, we will eventually. Hey, Anthony Schuler. Oh, by the way, Anthony Schuler, thank you very, very much for renewing your YouTube membership to the Demon Mama channel. Means the world to me. Thank you so very much. It's great to see you again. Yeah, well, listen, chats are different, okay? You can do a crime in one person's chat and not have done a crime in another person's chat, okay? Chat crimes are just how it goes. So keep that in mind. Nobody get your, don't get ahead of yourself, okay? And also, we run a tight ship around these parts, okay? We run a tight ship about these parts. Anyway, my lovely, lovely imps, I have to talk to you about a strange subject, which is pick-me's, okay? Some of you will be familiar with the term pick-me, and others of you won't be familiar with the term pick-me. But recently, a pick-me TikTok video went viral, and it really annoyed me, and I want to talk about it, okay? What is a pick-me? A pick-me is a slang term for somebody who basically wants somebody who hates them to pick them to be, they want to be one of the good ones so bad. They want to be picked by someone who hates them so badly that they're basically willing to throw other people under the bus. It's usually used in context of a marginalized group. So, for example, a pick-me could be a super, super racist black person who is racist to other black people because they want white people to pick them, to be like, you're one of the good ones, come on in. It could be a trans person who hates all other trans people and says, oh, they're gross, but I'm cool. It could be, yeah, it could be like, I'm not like other girls. That's another one that you see sometimes. It's a girl who insults other women in the hopes that they are picked. You know, so that's what a pick-me is. And I find pick-me's offensive and cowardly and spineless. I think that it's extremely gross behavior to throw other people who have gone through the same struggle as you or a similar struggle as you under the bus just because you want to win over the approval of people who are very hateful. And to a certain degree, I can understand why this sort of phenomenon happens. In fact, there is actually a much cleaner and more effective term, which is called defensive othering. Has anybody ever heard that term? Maybe you have. Defensive othering is a sort of academic description of the type of behavior that leads to somebody to basically act like a pick-me. Defensive othering is the idea that out of a need or out of a perceived need to survive, you otherize, you make other people a bad, you make them the other, the dangerous other. You treat other people like a dangerous other in order to improve your perception of your chances of survival. And I just gotta be clear to people, it doesn't work, okay? Those of you out there who are tempted to throw other people under the bus because, you know, maybe you think it would be for good optics, maybe you feel pressured because you think it'll make you survive, it doesn't actually work. It doesn't. It never works in the long run. And if you look at any of the disastrous genocides of history, even when someone completely sells out the group that's being persecuted, in the end, they always end up persecuted too. They always end up just in just as bad of a situation. Even if it buys you a temporary reprieve, it can never free you from the root cause, which is that bigotry that drives hatred and prejudice and genocide. So, with all that said, let me show you what got me mad. And we're gonna talk about it a little bit, and we're gonna go through it, because this is some serious pick-me, defensive othering behavior if I've ever seen one. Now, I also want to state, there is also the possibility that this person is not just doing a pick-me, that this person isn't just defensive othering, but that this person is like a straight-up op. I do believe that's also a possibility, so keep that in mind. But this went viral, and let's watch it. Let's watch this clip, and then we'll react to it. So join me as we watch an insufferable pick-me rant. Here we go.
On the right, and today I want to talk about why I'm offended by...
Here we go.
It's day 10 of being on the right, and today I want to talk about why I'm offended by non-binary people as a transgender woman. When I look at my own transition and just transgenderism in general, to me, I think that people are either born a man or a woman. I think some people like myself are born men and they feel socially that they'd be more comfortable in the female binary, and they go out of their way to do surgeries to make themselves physically appear as a woman, right? Or vice versa for transgender men. When it comes to non-binary people, it confuses me because you guys don't identify as a man or a woman. You identify as either...
Wow. Almost like that's what non-binary means. Let's go.
Something in between or something else entirely. I don't understand how you could know what something else is besides man or woman. And every time I ask that question, no one can tell me why they feel they're outside of the binary. I don't understand what happened to being a tomboy or a tomgirl, right? And that's why I don't like the push. Like for children to transition nowadays anyways, because a lot of kids are tomboys or tomgirls, and I feel like a lot of parents with woke culture today would be very quick to say, oh, my child's trans, let's put them on HRT when they turn 13 or 14. No. And it frustrates me when the non-binary community wants to consider themselves transgender and put them under the same umbrella term. That offends me, because I had strong gender dysphoria to the point where I changed my whole entire life and put my whole entire life on the line, right? Like taking hormones for the rest of my life is not 100% healthy for my body, but I had to do that because in my heart and soul, I knew I was not going to live a happy life as a man. So how are you, as someone who identifies as non-binary and probably doesn't take HRT? I know some of you do, but for the most part, most of you don't, I'm pretty sure. How are you going to compare your life to mine and say it's the same thing? That is very offensive to me. Am I allowed to feel that way? Because if you take out the outliers of the few who...
Much like the people who are having meltdowns over woke beer, you're allowed to feel however you want. Much like the people who have public meltdowns over being handed a Happy Holidays cup at Starbucks, you are allowed to feel whatever you want. Of course, nobody's telling you you can't have your feelings.
Do take hormones, which I don't even know why you would if you don't feel like you're 100% a man or a woman. Why would you want to take that certain gender's hormones?
Viewers, do you think there's any reason why someone might take hormones? Could it perhaps be that they want the effects on their body that those hormones give them? Or perhaps the effects on their mood that those hormones give them?
But regardless, for the most part, you don't, right? So what are you changing? Your pronouns? Maybe you have like some clothing that's gender non-conforming. I don't know, but I'm fine with non-binary people saying they exist, whatever, but don't call yourself transgender and say that your community is the same as mine, because I've gone through serious struggles to get to this point. And I just don't think it's comparable at all. Like, I feel like it's the same thing as biological women being offended when trans women say they're the same thing as them, when we're not.
So there you kind of have it at the end, right? There you have the raw transphobia drop at the end where she says, oh, we're not the same thing. We're not, you know, even though nobody on the planet argues that trans women and cis women are literally the same thing, hence why there's a word cis women and a word trans women. Literally, nobody makes the argument that any two people are exactly the same. But see, what she's saying there is she's basically saying trans women shouldn't call themselves women. That's the argument she's implying, if you think about it for more than a second. Now, obviously, this whole rant is just a giant tragedy on so many levels. It is tragically short-sighted, and of course, it's desperate. The desperation is exuding from every single pore on this woman's body. Now, I don't want to be too harsh on her because she did say that she's only 10 days old as far as being right-wing is concerned, and you know, maybe she hasn't learned all of the advanced arguments. Sorry, I just received word that there aren't any more advanced arguments. These are the exact arguments that dyed-in-the-wool conservatives also make, almost as if she just sort of copied them from the propaganda that conservatives are constantly blasting out all day, every day, so that their followers will repeat like NPCs or worker bees. Anyway, so there's a lot going on here that I could talk about. And I'm gonna start with one thing, which is, I guess I'm gonna start towards the end and we're gonna work through it. One of the things that she says that I think is very tragic here is this sort of centering the argument on how miserable she is. I had to go through so much pain. I had to transition because I was tortured. I was tortured by my gender, and I had no choice but to transition. Now, it is indeed true that going through the wrong puberty can be a very torturous experience. It is indeed true that that most trans people have to go through a lot of pain. But I find it odd that this person frames belonging to the transgender community specifically as a matter of how much you have suffered. Doesn't that come off as really weird to anybody else? Isn't that such a weird thing to do? To basically say, I don't think that non-binary people, who, by the way, are definitionally transgender, identifying as a gender different than the one that you were assigned. That is transgender. Crossing gender lines. No matter how you formulate the definition of transgender, non-binary people are objectively transgender. There is no way that you can be a non-binary person who isn't transgender. But regardless of that, she insists that unless you have suffered as much as she has, you shouldn't be allowed to call yourself transgender. And I think it's very, very weird. I think it's extremely weird to fixate on I think it's very weird to fixate on suffering as the core of transgender identity, especially because it erases and arguably even stigmatizes the idea that there can be joyful aspects or good aspects of being trans. Defining being trans by the suffering you experience means that people who experience an elation from their experience of being trans, or who feel like they have been enlightened from the experience of living as a trans person, myself included. I am a trans woman. I'm a non-binary trans woman. That is the identity that I have publicly told to people. That is the identity that I have gone by for a very long time now, since before I started streaming. And while I have indeed experienced a lot of hardship, which I've talked about very publicly, as many of you know, I was literally disowned by my family. It was a brutal experience. I had very severe, and still do have severe dysphoria. And nonetheless, I don't think that's what makes me trans. And I don't think that that suffering is definitive of the trans experience. In fact, it makes me happy to know that there are trans people who aren't suffering, who don't suffer, that there are trans people who are able to discover their identity, who are able to say, no, actually, I don't want to go through a male puberty. No, actually, I don't want to go through a female puberty, and are able to achieve self-realization without that suffering. I don't think that suffering is in and of itself a virtue. So that's one of the first things I wanted to talk about in this, is this very strange, self-flagellating, self-hating framing that demands that the only way that you can be a valid trans person is by suffering a certain amount. I think that's very silly. And also, I think it's suspect. It doesn't back the argument that she is making, because she makes the argument that her suffering is what has made her trans, but non-binary people suffer a lot. I don't know if you guys know this, but non-binary people get targeted like crazy by transphobes. If you don't easily fit into a single gender norm, you become a target immediately. Myself is an example. I tend to lean feminine in my presentation. I tend to lean feminine in my my choices of clothing. But, as you guys will sometimes know, I have a few little masculine edges here and there. You know, things that would be considered masculine. And you know that people in my comments multiple times every single day say that because my hair is short, or because my voice is too deep, or whatever, that means that I'm not a real trans woman, or that I'm not a real woman, or that I don't have any claim to femininity, or that I shouldn't use she, her pronouns. It's every single day. I get these comments. I get these deranged comments. I'm a non-binary trans woman. I lean feminine. I identify strongly with femininity and with womanhood, but I'm non-binary. I don't embrace the binary. I don't believe in the binary. And yet I still suffer. But apparently that doesn't matter, because in her mind, only her flavor of suffering is the one that matters. You notice how convenient that is? This is in the end, she sort of gives away her entire argument right then and there by revealing her hand. She shows that it isn't actually about suffering. It isn't actually about that even. It's just about her being able to push away a type of person that she doesn't like. And of course, there's other things. She literally says, I'm offended by them, which, if we're fair, that is a giving away the game right there. She's admitting to her prejudice. But of course, many people would say, well, you have to listen to her argument. And her argument is a nonsensical one that further reveals that all she cares about is pushing away someone that she feels uncomfortable with. Now let's talk about another part, which is this opening part. I'm just gonna go back through. We're gonna react to a little segment here. I want to play the clip and then I want to react to it. Okay?
Kind of being on the right and offended by and just transgenderism in general. To me, I think that people are either born a man or a woman. I think some people.
Okay, so people are either born a man or a woman. Now she is making. I'm going to be as charitable as possible here. I think that what she means to say is male or female, but once again, she's giving away the game, which is that she is arguing that people are born a gender, that she is conflating gender and sex. Now, I'm gonna be charitable and say that perhaps she actually meant male and female here. I don't think she did, but let's say that she did, and let's continue.
People like myself are born men and they feel socially that they'd be more comfortable in the female binary, and they go out of their way to do surgeries to make themselves physically appear as a woman, right? Or vice versa for transgender men. When it comes to non-binary people, it confuses me because you guys don't identify as a man or a woman. You identify as either something in between or something else entirely.
Okay, so now this, of course, is really funny to me.
I don't understand how you could know what something else is besides man or woman.
That part is very funny to me just because it's just a self-report. It's just saying I'm too stupid to imagine that gender expression could have more than two versions, which, by the way, is self-evidently true. There are not just two gender expressions. There, as a matter of fact, there are not. Even if you're a Christian and you believe that there should only be two, the reality is that as a matter of fact, as a self-evident truth, there are not only two expressions of gender. The fact that there are people who deliberately break the lines of of masculine and feminine, of man and woman expression, they exist. Even if you don't like them, they prove that there are more expressions. You just don't see them as valid. Now, in her case, she says, well, they can't exist. How can you be anything else? Well, the truth of the matter is, people already are. Unless she believes that male and female is the exact same thing as man and woman, which is my suspicion. I noted that at the beginning, that she believes people are born as either a man or a woman. And then she says that she believes that they can socially transition, but that's not possible. If you believe, as she has demonstrated by her own words, if you believe that man and woman are biologically coded, that male and female are the same thing as man and woman, then she is as invalid by her own belief system as the people that she is talking about. Because in her worldview, you cannot change your biological sex. But if biological sex and gender are the same thing, which she seems to also be arguing, you cannot change your biological sex. It's a wild, self-defeating argument that falls on itself. It's like witnessing a stupidity collapse. It's like watching a grain silo get demolished, where it just goes like and crunches in, and then all the grain just dumps out. She didn't even think it through long enough. She's invalidating herself. This argument is pure cope. It's pure fuck you, I got mine. That's what this argument ends up being. It's, well, I get away with it, so I'm gonna make arguments that invalidate you and me, but I'm gonna coast by on the fact that I'm not currently being persecuted. I'm gonna coast by on the fact that I'm pitching to an audience that will temporarily ignore me. You wanna know a perfect example? Blair White. Blair White is the perfect example of a trans woman who makes biologically essentialist arguments, conveniently ignores them about herself, only to have it blow up in her face. Do you guys remember, this would have been like 2 years ago. On this channel, we watched an interview between Lauren Witzke, a Nazi, and Blair White. And in that debate, the far-right Nazi over and over and over again, with support from the other two people in the call, even the people who were supposedly on Blair's side were laughing along with her, called Blair White a man over and over and over again. Because in their view, gender doesn't exist. There is only sex, which means you can't change it. You don't, this is a self-defeating viewpoint. This lady here, what's her name? Kelly Cadigan. Kelly Cadigan is making an argument that would put her in the exact same place that she is arguing non-binary people should be in. She is just as flawed as the people that she is mocking and poking at here. There is no amount of appealing to people who do not believe that you are a valid human being. There is no amount of appealing to their rhetoric that will save you. They know what they believe about you. All of them, even if they keep it quiet while you're useful, believe that you're a man. They believe that you are invalid, and they believe that you are a part of the groomer movement, and they will turn on you. And they have. Just like they've turned on Blair White, just like they've turned on all of their, the gay people, the gays for Trump, they will turn on all of them. It's actually wild. It's actually wild to me. And also, it's funny to me that that non-binary people are the people who get targeted by this stuff. Because non-binary people are making the most liberatory argument. They are saying the binary is nonsense. And also, it's an easy argument to make. No man lives up to a biological essentialist definition of manhood. No woman lives up to the biological essentialist definition of womanhood. None of them, not a single one, because those archetypes they're not real. They are in your head. People have made up what it means to be a man, what it means to be male, and what it means to be female. When you take gender and you try to make it the same thing as sex, you are engaging in fantasy. Because as it turns out, having XY chromosomes, having XX chromosomes, and let's not even talk about intersex conditions, which are remarkably common. We don't even want to get into that. We're playing on easy mode. We're going on easy difficulty right now. XY and XX chromosomes do not actually determine they don't determine a single template of a person at all. They only determine a vague group of an extremely vague group of tendencies. And within those groups, if you look at all of the males in the world, all people in the world who have XY chromosomes, you will see effeminate people, you will see short people, you will see tall people, you will see people with beautiful hair, you will see people with no hair at all, you will see people with facial hair, with no facial hair at all. And the same thing goes for XX. You go over the XX side, you will see tall, big, small. You will see people with XX chromosomes who have a whole bunch of facial hair. You will see people with XX chromosomes who have a whole bunch of body hair. You will see manly XX people and femalely, womanly XY people. This is why we have a thing called gender. This is why we have a concept in our brains, a word, a idea, a meme, if you will, called gender, which allows us to talk about the social aspects of our expression, of our engagement with a binary. Again, we're playing on easy mode. Let's not go too far. We all know that actually sex isn't a binary, not even close. But whatever. Let's play on easy mode for a second. Gender is how the world socially engages with the sexual binary, and it's actually quite complex. Hence why transgender people exist. Hence why non-binary people exist. And these are people who acknowledge that this binary, a binary based on your chromosomes, is nonsense. It is a nonsensical worldview. Most of you who are watching, I doubt, in fact, basically any of you have ever actually had a chromosomal test. All of you have lived your lives by gender standards, your whole life based on assumptions. Almost no one gets genetic tests to find out whether they have XX or XY chromosomes. And guess what? Even if you do, that's not even a guarantee. Because a lot of people have, there's actually a not super common, but a relatively common occurrence of chimerism, which is a form of intersex condition, where some of your cells have XX and some of your cells have XY. But none of these conservatives go around with their card that that has their genetic test on it. None of them ever will. Of course, that would be also ridiculous and horrible, but they're hypocritical on that front. Instead, all of us, every single day, engage exclusively with gender. Nobody engages with sex. Ever. Almost ever. There's almost never. The only real time that anybody ever truly engages with sex is with your doctor. That's basically the only occurrence that the average human being will ever have with their sex. And yes, of course, if we really want to have a proper philosophical conversation, you can talk about how sex, of course, itself is a socially constructed structure as well. It obviously is. But we're trying to keep it a little bit simple to talk about the delineation between sex and gender. The idea that people are born a certain gender is absurd. No one is born liking the color blue or playing with trucks. Nobody is born liking dolls or anything like that. These are things that develop as you grow and as you experience the world and as you develop certain affinities. None of these things are biologically essential. They are social in nature. That is what allows the phenomenon of someone being transgender to play out. Something, by the way, that she even talks about. Well, I'm transgender. I'm one of the good ones. You see, I'm transgender. Well, how can you be transgender if you don't actually even believe in gender? How can you actually be well, and the answer, of course, is that all of the conservatives laughing at her as they use her as a tool against other trans people are really thinking in their mind is, well, we all know you're not actually a woman. That's what they're all saying at the end of the day. But me, being Chad, big-brained, and spine-pilled, acknowledge that gender is a construct that we have the ability to free play with gender, because gender is defined by us, gender is expressed by us. We can take what we want from the gender trees and create our own expression that makes us happy and joyful. Do you see why the gender ascensionist position, my position, is so liberating, and also simply more accurately describes the world than this deranged mental pretzeling that these people engage in? It's absurd to me. The pygmies are so miserable. They're such miserable people. They're bending over backwards for people who want them in camps. The people that she is appealing to currently spend their time watching and promoting videos and creating videos calling every gay person and every trans person a groomer. The groomer panic that has been spreading across the internet is indiscriminate. They call Dylan Mulvaney, a completely and utterly harmless TikToker who makes slice of life goofy content, a groomer. They call anyone they don't like a groomer. You want to know what it means in their head? In their head, a groomer is if you're LGBT. If you're LGBT, in the minds of a conservative, they think you're a groomer. You're not going to win any pick-me points from people like that. And if you do, it's going to put you in more danger. So maybe consider that before you kick out the ladder from underneath you. Because that ladder might be your only means of escape. Be a little careful. Anyway, I can't stand pick-me's. Pick-me's make me sick to my stomach. They are the weakest and most cowardly people on the planet. And some people might go, you should have mercy on the pick-me. They're just scared. We're all scared, okay? Nobody is not scared in a time in which you have deranged conservatives with money and power who literally think that you can use the internet to cast a spell on them that will turn them or their kids trans. I'm not kidding, by the way. We just watched a video from popular right-wing talking head Michael Knowles in which he unironically argued that magical sissy hypnosis porn is a driving factor in the creation of new trans people, and that he was so afraid that he wouldn't even look at it because he was afraid it would melt his brain and turn him gay. No. Nope. No, I'm not going to play nice with people who collaborate with that type of madness. Not gonna happen. Just not gonna happen. Nope. Everyone is scared. Of course, that's fucking scary. That's demented. And by scared, I mean, wow, that's crazy. I sure hope I don't have to deal with that. I sure hope that these psychos don't take over my area. The real people who are suffering the most are kids. And also, let's talk about this. Let's go to one more thing on her video that I want to yell about. Here we go. Where is it here? I want to get to her point here, where she says this. This one's another really funny one. Here we go, right here. Let's watch this real quick.
They're outside of the binary. I don't understand what happened to being a tomboy or a tomgirl.
First of all, tomboy and tomgirls are out of the binary. By definition, how stupid can you be? The term tomboy refers to a girl who acts like a boy. That is definitively non-binary, you idiot. You absolute fucking idiot.
Right? And that's why I don't like the push like for children to transition nowadays anyways, because a lot of kids are tomboys or tomgirls, and I feel like a lot of parents with woke culture today would be very quick to say,
yeah, with woke culture today, which is why there are literally hundreds and hundreds of bills being pushed through to try and prevent children from even getting being seen by a doctor to get help. That's the woke culture. Of course, in reality, the absolute fucking absurdity, the gall that these idiot conservatives have. Do you guys, have any of you, do you guys remember how kids in your school who are tomboys or tom girls, we'll talk about that in a second. Do you guys remember how tomboys were treated in your school? Anybody have any memories of how well tomboys were treated? Because let me tell you, I have a lot of memories of how tomboys were treated by conservatives. I lived in a conservative area in a conservative family, went to schools that were predominantly full of conservatives. And guess what? They treated tomboys like fucking shit. They treated them like crap. And tom girls, don't even get me started. First of all, that term was never used. You want to know what term they would use? Faggot. That's the term that would be used. Nobody used the term tom girl. They would call you a faggot. If you were a boy who liked girly things, you would be called ruthlessly a gay faggot. You would be beat up, you would be bullied. So I wonder, whatever happened to the tomboys and the tom girls, huh? Whatever happened? You fucking ghouls. This is what we call a concern troll, by the way. Concern trolling is when you pretend to care about something that you actually don't give a shit about or have the opposite of care about, that you actually hate. This is blatant concern trolling. Conservatives have never cared about tomboys. They have always bullied tomboys. Conservatives have never cared about faggots. They have always called us faggots. And the idea that woke culture is leading people to rush their kids into HRT is so fantastical. You may as well say that there are secret gender gnomes that are giving magical mushrooms to children that turn them into the opposite gender. It is deranged. It is not easy to get gender care in this country, especially if you happen to live in one of the many now deranged red states that have literally outlawed your ability to get medically necessary care. Medically necessary care, which has been firmly studied the world over and proven to be very safe. They won't even let young people have puberty blockers. Puberty blockers which just simply delay puberty. That's all they do. Puberty blockers aren't hormones. It just gives kids what they say they want. They say they want kids to be able to figure it out. That's what puberty blockers are for. The puberty blockers prevent the negative, the potentially very negative experience of a forced puberty from happening, to give the kid time to figure out their identity. And they say they want that, while out of the other side of their mouth, banning those exact things and calling people groomers. Fuck this person. Fuck the conservatives. And just remember, we will not rest until we have complete and utter liberation. Gender liberation, sexual liberation. No more of this cowardly, spineless, duplicitous, backstabbing, weak, and disgusting behavior. Enough. Enough. They are liars through and through. What they want, there is only one thing that they want. They want trans people to go away. They want trans people to disappear. Whether they have to kill you, whether they have to take away your medical care, whether they have to make it impossible for you to change your name so that people on the street and can constantly identify you and treat you like shit, whether they make it so that you can't actually get access to hormones so that they can continue to tell you that you're some sort of a failure because you can't actually get hormones like they say that would make you, like they say, oh, well, why aren't you trying hard enough? Well, maybe it's because you can't get access to hormones. Oh, well, you don't pass well enough. Well, maybe it's because I couldn't get access to hormones and surgeries and I couldn't get puberty blockers. Had you ever thought about that? The answer, of course, the reason why all of their arguments don't make any sense, the reason why none of it adds up and it seems so contradictory and hypocritical is because they just want you dead. That's it. That's all that conservatives want. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's what they want. They'll never admit it because they know that that sounds bad. Well, a few of them admit it. People like Michael Knowles will admit it when they say transgenderism must be eradicated from the public entirely. They'll admit it. But the rest of these fucking spineless fucks, recognize this, my lovely imps. Recognize this. And the sooner you realize that the actual conservative argument is not about concern for children, it's not about concern for health, that all that information already exists out there. If they actually cared, they could learn. They could go and look at the studies around health and they could find, wait, the health risks are not very high. They could go find, wow, actually the outcomes for people who are allowed to transition are really, really good. They actually live better lives. They're more likely to be, to not be suicidal. They're more likely to be able to hold down a job. They're more likely to be able to engage healthily in the social environment. They could see all these things. It would be easy, but they don't. Because at the end of the day, the only thing they care about is imposing their worldview. And imposing their worldview means erasing trans people. And it means erasing gay people too. And then it means subjecting women. Sorry, subjugating women. Subjecting women works as well. It means subjugating black people. It means subjugating immigrants until we're right back into Christian monarchy. That's the worldview that most of these NPCs, like this person right here, whether she knows it or not, whether Kelly Cadigan knows it or not, that's the worldview that she's repeating. She's taking talking points from people who believe in a Christian theocracy and boosting them out in the name of, well, maybe they'll spare me. They won't. You will not be spared. True roads. So just remember that. That's all I have to say on the pick-me's. Fuck pick-me's. Grow a spine. Embrace gender ascension. And embrace liberation. If you find my message valuable, if you found this useful, inspiring, go on down below, press subscribe, and make sure you leave a comment. Tell me your thoughts. I want to hear your thoughts about this. It means the world to me. Don't forget. Thank you very much. There you go. Would you like to see some clips of that woman being extremely, extremely racist? Yeah, actually, let's see it. Let's see the clip of her being extremely racist. I would actually love to see that. I would actually love to see that. By the way, this stays in. This part stays into the segment. I know I put the little segment ender there, but we're getting bonus. We're getting bonus here. Oh, a conservative pick-me? Let's find out. Here we go. Let's find out here.
And today I'm going to be burning the pride flag. Since speaking my political truth, I've been met with nothing but cult-like ideology from the left. And I'm not okay with that. It is not hate speech for me to say that minors should not be transitioning, especially when I'm someone with personal experience transitioning as a minor.
It's always every single time. She's like, I pass. I pass. All of you who don't pass, you should just die, basically. Why don't you pass well enough? You're not trying hard enough. I got to transition as a minor, but nobody else should be allowed to. Literally just fuck you, I got mine. Fuck these people into the ground.
It's not hate speech for me to say that your pronouns are conditional. Anyone in America that has freedom of speech can call me a he, him, and that's their right, even if...
Pathetic. Weak. You people are weak. You're so weak. And it's disgusting.
It upsets me. It is not hate speech for me to say non-binary people are not the same thing as transgender people. It is not hate speech for me to say that you need true gender dysphoria to be...
True gender dysphoria star means the gender dysphoria she has. Okay, this is her talking about gender. Let's see. Seamlessly going from anti-trans NBK takes into defending racism. Oh, this looks interesting. Hey, this is Nominal Naomi. I love Naomi. Naomi is great. Nominal Naomi is wonderful. All right, let's go.
Women are right. There are two genders.
Do you
what
believe,
are you talking about?
Do you believe that whatever is normal is morally right and correct?
Like the majority of people.
Okay. So if we go back like a couple hundred years, it was pretty normal to own slaves. Is that right or correct?
God, why are we talking about slavery?
Because I'm showing you why the ad populum fallacy is a logical fallacy.
Honestly, back then, a lot of Black people participated in the slave trade themselves. So,
Yeah, that doesn't make slavery right. Are you trying to defend
it was
slavery?
a product of the time, dude. It
Are
was
you trying to
product of-
defend slavery?
Oh my god!
Did you not see Matt Walsh's new video on this topic?
I did, and I think that defending slavery is fucking cringe as hell. Whatever is normal is like right. Is that correct?
Because man and woman are right. There are two genders.
Do you
what
believe?
are you talking about?
Do you believe that whatever is normal is morally right? And
Oh wait, it looped. It looped. Sorry, I didn't catch that it was looping.
Black people not only participated in capturing
Oh boy, here we go.
defending slavery, but I think we're illogical if we didn't realize that a lot of Black people enjoyed being slaves back when slaves.
Oh my god! Holy shit! This cat lady over here. Holy shit!
Slavery was a thing.
how do you know that Black people enjoyed being slaves?
I mean, it's just in history. I've like read about like a lot of Black people.
Yeah, it's in history, like totally. I read this history book. It was written by this guy named Adolf something. He wrote a book, and it was like totally in history though.
Not only participated in capturing slaves, but a lot of Black people enjoyed being slaves. Because of course, when you're
Really?
brought up doing something like being a slave your whole life, it's all you know. I'm sure a lot of slaves probably enjoyed it and were happy because that's the only lifestyle they were aware of.
That's
Can you not
crazy.
can you not think like that? Like, is it really that dense?
I have
of you?
never
Like, I
heard
don't
of
know.
somebody enjoying having to work countless hours on a plantation, being dehumanized and whipped and told they're not human, and being beaten within an inch of their life and being raped.
I'm not saying that's
I don't think that
okay.
people
I'm just
enjoy
saying
that.
you can't deny the fact that there were probably slave owners that, just like there were really bad ones, there were probably slave owners that probably treated their slaves really nice too, right?
Holy shit! This lady is she's just a Nazi then, right? So it's not just, she's not just a pick-me. She actually believes that slavery was good. Like, you have to be, that's like pushing it a Nazi. It's at least white, it's at least white supremacist. So she's like Ku Klux Klan. What's her actual name? Her username is Kelly Cadigan, more like Ku Klux Kelly Cadigan again. There we go. We're gonna call her, that's her new name on this channel, Ku Klux Kelly. All right, let's see this one.
In that time period anymore.
But you're defending slavery.
I'm not defending it. I'm saying it was a product of the time.
You said that Black people enjoyed being slaves.
I think there were probably a good majority of Black people who back then were born and raised as slaves, probably because that's the only thing they knew. It was the environment they grew up in. If they had a slave owner who treated them well, they probably enjoyed their lives, a few of them. I think it's illogical to believe that every person who was a slave back then hated their life. I truly think that's illogical. I do.
I'm pretty sure that being owned is not a good thing.
Because you grew up in this generation and this is what you've been.
What an idiotic argument. Yeah, you didn't grow up in the time. If you'd been a slave at the time, you would have liked it. Yeah, why don't you volunteer to be a slave for a week? Oh my god. She lost tens of thousands of subscribers after this debate? Yeah, of course.
And we know these things now.
No,
But back then,
not just because
those societal standards were not created yet.
Not just because I grew up in this generation, but because I can think logically and morally on this topic, and why it is unfair to own another human based off of their birth as having like a certain skin color, for example. That's unfair.
Pretending
and
like I'm saying it's
illogical.
okay to own slaves now, because that's not what I'm insinuating.
You literally made the argument that actually slavery isn't that bad as long as slavery is normalized. And the truth is, yes, actually it is. Slaves didn't like being slaves. Slaves rose up and killed their slave owners, based, by the way, all the time. Obviously. How stupid can you fucking be? How fucking stupid can you be? And the truth is, this isn't stupidity. This is malice. This is a worldview. She believes that slavery isn't that bad because she's white and she would have never in any point in history have had to worry about being a slave. She gets to pretend, oh, wouldn't it be funny if we had slaves? Teehee.
You are defending slavery.
I'm not defending it. I'm just...
Yes, you are. You are downplaying the negative effects of slavery by saying there were slaves that liked slavery. You are saying slavery wasn't that bad. That is defending slavery. How
Giving you
insane.
the facts. Aren't you all about facts over feelings?
Yeah, and I believe that slavery is immoral.
Right, and I do too. But the fact was back then, I think you're illogical if you think that some of them didn't enjoy being slaves or enjoy their lives.
Why would anyone enjoy being a slave?
That's the environment you grew up in. That's all you've ever known. So if you grew up in that environment and you have a slave owner who treats you well, that's just all they know. So they probably weren't happy about it. They didn't know freedom. Why is it so hard for you to understand this?
What does like a slave owner treating their slave well look like?
I mean, back then, I'm sure some of them, I'm pretty sure they fed them, right? Or probably that like they weren't whipping anybody or like not tormenting anyone. Just like, I don't have like specific details.
Holy shit! She really is very stupid. No, this is malicious. This is, I mean, yes. There is a overall aura of stupidity around her. Like, you do have to be, like, you have to be willing to act very stupid. But this is malice. This is, like, pure malice. She knows for a fact that she would never like being a slave, not even if she grew up in a time where slavery was normalized. Slavery is a self-defeating institution because it requires immiseration. Slavery functions on making people miserable. You do not have slavery if there are happy people. People have to be broken and beaten into being slaves. It has to be constantly upheld. There is no society where people are just like, yeah, I'm totally willing to be an unwilling slave. Otherwise, they're not slaves. If people are like, hey, I want to do this thing, I want to work with you, and you're going to treat me good, that's not slavery. It's an inherently oppressive institution. It's an inherently deleterious institution. She knows it's wrong. Of course she does. I would absolutely love to debate this KK Kelly person.
Okay, so as long as they're like, as long as you're working inhumane hours on plantations, but you're being fed, then that's a good thing.
Again, I'm not saying slavery was a good thing. You're not gonna like try to make it seem like that's what I'm saying because okay. I don't know what you want me to say. If you want to believe that every person back then who was a slave hated their life, go for it.
Okay, so I guess like I'm just trying to illustrate why the ad populum.
Absolutely incredible. All of this was just to point out a small fallacy, and she literally bent over backwards to defend slavery. Incredible. Call her Kit Kat Kelly? No, I will call her Ku Klux Kelly. That will be my finishing move. Incredible. All right, everybody. Well, that's all that we have for the Ku Klux Kelly segment. What a fascinating revelation. Once again, don't forget to press the subscribe button, ring that bell, press the like button, and leave me a comment. It means the world to me. I should put that out. I should definitely put out that argument call. That would be very fun. All right, everybody. We have one more segment we got to do tonight. We've had enough of this deranged pick-me. Oh my God, wait a minute. Her pronouns are literally, she has it set here, her pronouns are pick/me. Oh, I didn't even know that. So she literally actually just, she's just committed to the bit entirely. That is the saddest. That is the most pathetic thing I've ever seen. Andrew Kowalski with the incredibly generous $2 and the incredibly generous $2. Thank you very, very much, Andrew Kowalski. Thank you very, very much. Of course she would cower it out, just like they all do. Nobody actually debates me. They are literally all too afraid because they've seen my history. Most people go and they see my debates and they realize how hard I've obliterated the people who go up against me, that nobody can out-meme me, that nobody can out-fox Demon Mama, and then they run away. You think KK Kelly is a troll? Yeah, it's possible she's just a pure op and that none of this is actually her beliefs, but it doesn't actually matter. When you're engaging in repeating the propaganda points that are leading to a genocidal machine winding up in this country, yeah, you're still a problem. You are still just as much a part of the problem. It doesn't matter if they're an op. It doesn't matter if they're fake. None of it matters. If you are participating in putting forward a genocidal agenda, you are a genocidal maniac. Gnostic informant with the $5. If you found out God was real and wanted to push slavery for his chosen people, would you follow or choose to get cast into the fire? I would. If I found out that God was real, the absolute first thing that I would do would be to make an alliance with any of the other gods that exist, which, if you're talking about the biblical God, it is acknowledged that there are other gods that exist, not just that they are idols, but that they actually do exist. So I would ally with the demonic powers, and I would make it my life, my eternity's goal to overthrow the rule of God. No questions asked. In fact, it's funny, I actually came to that decision before I stopped believing in God. When I used to be a believer, before I stopped believing in God, I actually had to sit down and have a very, very scary thought about, if I was put on judgment before God, would I forsake the people that I love, who I didn't think were doing anything wrong, in defiance of the rule of God's law, and accept hell, or would I cave? And I realized that I would never be able to live with myself. I would never be able to truly find happiness in heaven if I knew that it meant that I had to sell out good people in order to comply with a mighty God who threatened to punish me. So shortly after that, I stopped believing in God because I realized like how nonsensical the entire belief system was. But I actually had this moment of going through the might makes right argument of God and acknowledging that no, actually, I probably would have to defy God. I wouldn't be able to live with myself any other way. Gnostic Informant says, yes, I love this answer. Hail Satan. That's why you're watching Demon Mama, baby. That's why you hear the signal. That's really funny, Kaboka. All right, everybody, you guys ready for the next little segment? We got another treat, okay? My lovely, lovely imps. We have been following the oh so tragic downfall of the worst person on the planet, Steven Crowder. I have, we all here should hopefully know why Steven Crowder is the worst person on the planet. But just in case you don't know, Steven Crowder is not only a completely insufferable person interpersonally. He treats everybody around him like hell. He has an army of abuse allegations, even from other conservatives. But also, he's horrifically racist and has published numerous explicitly racist skits and advocacy. But also, we've recently discovered that there is a extremely credible, as in a literal recording of him berating and emotionally abusing his wife that was recently released. This was released following him lying about the state of his divorce publicly. Now, this whole saga has gotten messier and messier as things have gone on, and of course, various conservative figures have taken the opportunity to insult and go after Steven Crowder because they've said nice things about him in the past, and they don't want to be associated with him anymore now that it's been revealed that he was screaming at his ex-wife while she was 8 months pregnant with twins to handle dog chemotherapy, which could have killed or deformed permanently their unborn children. There's the little rundown on why Steven Crowder is the most horrible person on the planet. Just so that you, just so you can know what we're talking about. Anyway, in our ongoing coverage of Steven Crowder, there has been an update. You see, Steven Crowder released a statement about his divorce, and then in a response, the family of his ex-wife released footage and a bunch of other information of him treating his wife horribly, which was contrary to what he said publicly. And now he has responded once again. So we're gonna watch his response real quick, which he publicly posted on social media, etc., etc. So without any further ado, let's listen to his response and hear what Steven Crowder has to say for himself, shall we?
I commented on my ongoing divorce on Tuesday, requesting
Jeez, he's loud. His Twitters are always really loud.
Privacy in the best interest of the family, but also by court order agreed upon by all parties. Look, broken marriages are ugly, and in them people do ugly things. Myself, of course included, I would never claim otherwise. However, due to recent...
Keep in mind, the ugliness he's referring to was him saying that his wife was failing to be a worthy wife because she wouldn't bend over to the ground to handle radioactive medicine to give to the dog when he was sitting right there smoking a fat cigar. And then he proceeded to say she has no respect for men, that she's not wifely, and also that he hates her. And then he followed that up, or sorry, that he doesn't love her because she never treated him right. And then he proceeds to follow that up by saying, by pursuing her and saying, I will fuck you up. Just so we are, so we're all on the same page as to what he's talking about, the ugly things that he did.
Misleadingly edited leaks to the tabloid press without context and not subject to consequences of the court, well, if not...
It was a 5-minute clip. How much more context do you need than a 5-minute clip?
Privacy, the next best option is truth. So today, I have filed a motion to officially unseal all files as they relate to the matter of legal record. Finances, relevant medical records, including mental health history or evaluations, depositions, and any...
That's very interesting, isn't it? That's a very interesting move.
Motions or sanctions from the courts of Texas. I will not be leaking private marital information to the press, but if the privacy agreements are not respected by all parties, I will address all that is a matter of irrefutable legal record in full context next week.
That's very, very interesting. That's super, super interesting. I wonder why he would specifically call out mental health information that he is going to release to the public. Could it possibly be that his angle is going to be to pitch to his deranged, frothing conservative audience that is grossly misogynistic and try and say that she's crazy, she's just crazy, and she drove him crazy, and he was a poor, desperate man who needed to threaten to fuck her up because she was so crazy? Now, I, of course, am looking forward to him attempting to wriggle his way out of this because, of course, this is desperation. This is what desperation looks like. He knows that there's a lot more stuff that can come out, and notice that he said that he will not be leaking private marital affairs, but only things that have been discussed so far in court, which means he's trying to get out ahead by releasing what he's legally allowed to because he doesn't know what hasn't been discussed in court that might still come out on him. that Ring camera might have had even more videos of him being atrociously abusive to his wife. We have no idea what to expect. And I'm not gonna lie, this is the type of behavior that you do when you're panicking. When you say, I'm gonna release your mental health history to try and smear you. Now, I wanna remind you, just so you know, even with the family leaking that, or whoever leaked, I don't know if it was the family that leaked the recording. Somebody leaked the recording. Presumably somebody close to him who got that recording from the Ring camera. Somebody leaked it. Whoever leaked that, even when they leaked it to the press, they still did not have access to the same amount of platform that Steven Crowder is currently engaging in. Steven Crowder, after basically saying that his wife shouldn't be allowed to divorce him and that she is doing a horrible, horrible thing and that he loves his kids more than he'll ever love her, is now using his platform to create a harassment campaign, to create a targeting campaign against his ex-wife. Now, I want to note something. His wife didn't release the video. His wife didn't release a statement. It wasn't his wife. The statement was from members of his wife's family who explicitly stated that she didn't ask them to do that. So now he's sicking his insanely large, his YouTube following is 5.4 million people. He's going to be releasing her private medical information to a massive mob of deranged people who've been listening to him talk about how women need to be put in their place for the last 5 years. People in chat are saying that they've had people in their family engage in this type of behavior against other family members. Yeah, it's typical. Unfortunately, it's literally bog standard. Trying to make a woman look crazy so that you can distract from and or justify the abuse. And the worst part is, a lot of conservatives are gonna totally agree. A lot of conservatives, just like I've said through this entire saga, are going to 100% agree with this, and they're actually gonna go, based Steven, yeah, based Steven Crowder, look at that crazy bitch wife. However, just knowing Steven Crowder and just knowing the type of strategic intelligence that Steven Crowder doesn't really have, I'm gonna say that I think that he's afraid that there's worse and more incriminating footage than that one. And that one was already very bad for him. I cannot imagine that even among conservatives that video came off very well. Although, of course, many conservative talking heads were doubling down and still siding with Crowder on it. There's still a lot of people, even if there's a lot of conservatives who are totally fine with that type of behavior, which is deranged, there are also some conservatives who are not okay with that type of behavior. And I imagine that there is going to be more that he's trying to get ahead of. A absolutely filthy tactic from Steven Crowder, but of course, not unexpected. Of the moment that he came forward about his divorce, it was obvious that this was going to be, and he explicitly said that it's been a extremely messy and extremely painful divorce. I have a feeling that this is going to go absolutely off the rails. So we're going to be, of course, following the downfall of Steven Crowder update by update as it happens. And also, I'm going to continue to remind people that what we saw in that video, Steven Crowder telling his wife that she's not worthy of him because she wouldn't do one chore, Steven Crowder controlling his wife's ability to leave the house, pursuing her and telling her, I will fuck you up, repeatedly saying that you're not wifely, you're not being submissive, you need to have discipline and respect for a man. That is what conservatives believe in. That even the conservatives who are grossed out to see this type of behavior, their worldview, the worldview that they fight for and that they support, the people that they back with their money and their time, that is the world that they fight for. They fight for a world where men are in the right to say that their wife isn't worthy because she isn't completely submissive at all times. I've talked about this a lot, that conservatism is a absolutely poisonous ideology for women. I'm going to continue talking about it because I need people to understand this, and I need people to see with their own eyes exactly how this stuff plays out. It's no surprise that he used conservative Christian rhetoric in bludgeoning his wife, in treating her like shit, that this rhetoric finds its way even into their private conversations. Of course it does. It's a worldview. They are professing a worldview in which women are to be subjugated. However, all of that's very dark. So we're gonna take just a brief moment here. This is just a small, Crowder, disgusting, conservative divorce update. But we're gonna take a moment and we're gonna watch a very prophetic clip. Okay, everybody? Because I don't think most people know just how prophetic this was, okay? But it was. So join me, okay? As we watch prophecy in action.
Oh, there he is! Oh no, Sam Cedar! What a fucking nightmare!
Look into your.
Hey! Hey! What the? Hey!
There he is! Oh no, Sam Cedar! What a fucking nightmare!
Look into your future, Stephen. This is where it all starts to come apart for you.
It's true. Sam was right. That moment was where it all started to come apart. That debate. It was the crack. And from there, it's just unwinded in rapid time. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a nightmare. It's true though. It was a total crack in his public appearance in front of his own audience. His own audience. It was the shattering, but for Crowder, true. The ring clip happened only 4 days after the Sam Cedar incident. For real? I didn't even know that the dates were that close. Is that true? Hold on, when was the Sam Cedar? That would have been June 21, 2021. Oh my God. Oh my God, it might have actually, hold on, it might actually literally be. Hold on, let's see, when was the date of this video? Let me double check. I'm double checking right now. I need to see this. Hold on. This video was from when? Oh my God, it was in June. June 26th, the debate happened on June 21st. It was 5 days after. Holy shit, it literally was. The Ring camera video of him berating his wife was just 5 days after the debate with Sam Cedar. Holy shit. It shattered his mind. He slipped up. Holy fuck. I can't even believe it. Too Clever by Half says, I guarantee you that there's worse videos out there. Yeah, I would be shocked if there aren't even worse videos coming out in the future. I would be completely shocked if there wasn't other videos that get released. He's clearly deciding to engage in a very public, harassment back and forth here. This is his tactic. His tactic is that he's going to use his platform to basically ruin her life. It's really clear. Releasing someone's mental health history because someone else leaked a video of you being a piece of shit is undeniably, there's only one reason you do that, and that's to create a harassment campaign. And just for the record, I think it's absolutely terrible and unbelievably horrible that he's choosing this route, but no one here has a choice in that. All we can do is react to it, take pleasure in Steven's downfall, and also make sure that every single person in the news space sees just how much of a piece of shit Steven Crowder is. So hopefully hopefully he will lose his platform and his entire future as a broadcaster, but also so that other people won't back people like him ever again. Anyway, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this, smack the like button, press subscribe, ring the bell, and don't forget to leave a comment. Let me know what you think about all this. Thank you very much. Have you seen the clip of Amy Schumer bodying him in a debate? I don't think I've ever seen that clip. I don't think I ever saw the Amy Schumer bodying him in a debate clip. It's great. It's a must-see. How long is it? Here it is. Okay, all right, let's watch it. This will be fun. Let's watch it. Oh, oh, hell yeah, majority
You know,
report
we've been
clip.
talking
Oh, I'm
about
totally
Steven
into this.
Crowder a little bit on this program. The fact that he's getting a divorce. We wouldn't care about that if he didn't publicize it on his show, try to monetize it.
If he didn't devote the A block to it.
Yeah, within the context of a feud with Candace Owens, while also telling her, don't look any further into the details behind the divorce, which you might have been kind of hinting at going after me about some months prior, because I will be litigious. Don't you dare look any further. She was definitely only blackmailing me about the divorce, guys, not the details of the divorce.
And I would like to open up the possibility a little bit, because I think we all, you know, what we suspected that Owens was hinting at is one thing. But there's another thing that she said, which is that he sent me a flirty text.
Mm-hmm.
Which is like, if Steven Crowder's been getting a little bit spicy in the DMs post breakup, that could also be a kind of damaging thing. So it'd be.
I would guess he's not on the up and up on that front.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll just put a little like 10% possibility on that being the actual thing. But
yeah,
Steven Crowder is like the most miserable person on the planet, and this is only going to make him more miserable. I hope you realize that. He's basically lost all of his friends on the conservative movement because of his falling out with the Daily Wire. He's tried to go his own way, only to immediately get bodied by one of the most embarrassing and self-inflicted things that you can possibly imagine. I hope his life, I truly, truly hope, I wish for nothing but misery for Steven Crowder for the rest of his existence. Oh, I knocked my controller off the desk. Oops. There we go. I mean it. I truly wish for nothing but misery for this miserable, horrible person. His entire presence is to project hate out into the world. Anyway, let's continue.
Details still coming out, but it's helpful kind of just to see where Steven Crowder has come from. So in the wake of this, you know, people were posting an old article that he wrote for Fox News in 2017 about why waiting to have sex until you get married is the key to a long-lasting marriage. He was also making this case on Greg Gutfeld's show Red Eye back in 2015. This was a show that aired in the dead of night on Fox News. I think you could call it the graveyard shift with Greg. That might have been a little bit more catchy. You got the alliteration, but whatever. And Crowder, right-wing comedian, as he branded himself, came on to debate then up-and-coming left-wing comedian, or, you know, liberal comedian Amy Schumer. And
what year is this from again?
2015. I
thought Schumer had already like sort of ascended beyond this stratosphere at that point, but maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know. I mean, I could have the date wrong. Again, Bradley's out, so I was doing a bunch of different things, but it's old. That's all you really need to know. And she lands some blows on Crowder here. It's pretty fun. Let's watch the first part of this here.
It helps form a bond stronger than something really strong. I speak not of...
Oh, yeah, the old Gutbuster, Greg Gutfeld. He's back again. Can't wait for him to say the word poop over and over again and call it a joke.
Polydent, but of abstinence, at least according to a young man named Steven Crowder, who argues in his latest column that abstinence is kind of awesome. Crowder muses on why abstinence remains a punchline despite offering plenty of benefits to being friends without benefits. Forget that abstinence leads to approximately 0 STDs or studies that show, at least in successful marriages, it's the unbeatable bond of trust that's the real prize. Yes, says Crowder, there's no more worrying about your significant other cheating on you because partners can be supremely confident in their respective self-control, unlike the inventors of the new South American butt dance.
By the way, if you ever want to see what it looks like to be very, very bad at reading a teleprompter, Greg Gutfeld is the perfect example. He literally just goes, the interesting thing is, I'm certainly not reading from a script. I am never blinking. I barely move my face except for when I know that I'm safe and at the end of a line. And I never move the position that my eyes are in. Dear God, please make the letters larger because I'm really struggling and I'm super nervous. The Pulminator with the $5. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much.
Self-control, unlike the inventors of the new South American butt dance.
All right, I don't understand this.
No titillation here.
Yeah.
It's also racist.
I do appreciate you pulling up those reaction shots specifically for the butt dance, man.
That'll put me off sex forever. Steve, here's my question. It's admirable. When do you stop? When do you stop with the abstinence? How will you know it's time?
Well, once you have a ring on your finger, obviously. The only way to know for sure is once you're married. And of course, people know I'm a Christian. This column is not at all pushing faith in anybody. It's just talking about the actual benefits. If you really want to argue for abstinence, you can stop the argument and be abstinent, don't get sick and die.
Yeah.
But, you know, I can say from personal experience that it does build a bond of trust. Constantly you're...
I just like to say, I don't want to speak for anybody else here, but I was not abstinent. I'm not married, and I'm not also a virgin. Still alive and no major health problems.
Same here. I just gotta say, but I do have to wear a scarlet A on the.
My name's Steven Crowder. Don't have sex or you'll die. I'm so cool and subcultural, yo. God.
My chest. I have it tattooed, but I hide it well with makeup on the program. That was the one thing, you know. I punished myself for it, as a good wasp should.
Also,
you
there's
know?
benefits to that sort of. You know, I know Crowder played he voiced the role for a character on Arthur, but he looks honestly like a character from Arthur come to life in this clip here.
So
the style he's got, the hair.
Yeah. Yeah, he is personifying overgrown child here.
I mean, he seems like 15.
Yes.
Women, how often do you hear, well, don't you trust me? It's like, no, you slept with me on the first date. So of course I don't trust you.
It's that old thing, like I wouldn't join a club that would let me into that club.
Right.
You know, it's, you know, she's going to sleep with me, then she'll sleep with anybody.
I'm Canadian, they won't let me in.
Yeah.
Except for Canadian Club Ginger Ale.
Amy, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yes, but also, you know, if I sleep with a guy on the first date, usually if a guy holds my hand, he's going to wind up. So here's the thing. I don't think that women should use sex as a bargaining chip, and a lot of them do. If I want to sleep with someone, I do it, and I am a monogamous slut. Can I say that on air? Great.
That's not what we're worried about.
But what I'm saying is, I have a higher risk of disease. I also have a much higher risk of fun.
No, I'm not saying my point by saying that, you know, you don't think it should be used as a bargaining tool.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as, you know, the kind of point of the column is that abstinence...
David Cookmeyer with the incredibly generous $5 super chat. Please take my money gladly. Thank you very, very much.
This is the one taboo issue regarding sex. I mean, it's like, oh, be a dirty stand-up comic. You're cracking new ground there, Copernicus. But once you talk about abstinence, everyone all of a sudden, they put you, like, right now, we have to talk about it. Because who is this kid who's talking about abstinence who, you know...
Well, it's who's this kid who's, 23. You don't know who you're going to be sexually yet. So to talk about it with such authority and arrogance...
I don't know who I'm going to be what?
You don't know who you're going to be sexually yet. You're going to be into really weird things in about...
Oh, I have no doubt. I have no doubt.
Trust me. And the thing is, there should be no confidence. You slip by the dirty comedian thing, but honestly, you call yourself a comedian, but you don't do it that much. Like, I go fishing a couple times a year, but I don't introduce myself on TV as a fisherman. Wow.
It's really personal for concepts about abstinence.
Pause it. All right. First of all, I'm going to come clean here. This is like a great moment for me because I've always liked Amy Schumer, and the like alt-right backlash against her has been over the top. Like every guy that wants to seem cool is like, I don't find her that hot, I don't find her that funny, she steals all these jokes. I don't know if that's true, but I know that in that moment she nailed him because that's the reality. Crowder, you're not a comedian, you're sitting next to one who actually is.
The only thing he's gotten close to a joke is like the Dennis Miller-esque Copernicus line.
Yes. And she was like, what?
Yeah, and it's funny because like I thought she was reacting to the Copernicus thing, but her reaction was even more poignant, which is like, you're a comedian?
Yeah, right. And she goes, I've gone fishing. I don't call myself a fisherman. It's amazing. All right, let's go back like 15 seconds or even 30 just so we can relive that again.
You don't know who you're going to be sexually yet. You're going to be into really weird things in about...
That's interesting.
Oh, I have no doubt. I have no doubt.
Trust me. And the thing is, there should be no confidence. You slip by the dirty comedian thing, but honestly, you call yourself a comedian, but you don't do it that much. Like, I go fishing a couple times a year, but I don't introduce myself on TV as a fisherman.
Wow. Well, this is not really personal for a concept about abstinence. I'm saying the whole...
He has no response. He literally has nothing. That is an obliteration when you have to do nothing but ignore the joke and everybody at the table is laughing at that. And he just has to go, abstinence.
The whole point is that they get up on stage, we even talk about it in the column, and talk about anything dirty that they want. But the second you mention abstinence, people, they pucker with discomfort, like, oh no, we can't talk about this, and you're vilified as judgmental. Statistically, it's the healthiest thing to do. It is conducive towards a better marriage by a 25% spread, both physically.
It only takes that one person, though, and there's no contract that the person's not going to cheat on you because they're abstinent. She could fall in love with somebody else.
Well, actually, there is a contract. That's what America is.
It's a contract that more than 60% of people break.
No, actually, that's not true. Actually, if you even look at the new U.S. Census Bureau statistics, more than 70% of first-time marriages last.
Okay. He's so funny. Man, bringing up those U.S. Bureau of Statistics.
Okay, but then the guy goes off and sleeps with a young boy.
Well,
good. Yeah, you guys stayed married, but then there's infidelity.
Well, once you bring out the statistics that guys are running around rampantly sleeping with young boys.
First of all, I'm not a boy. I know I have characteristics as such.
All I'm saying is yes, you're right. Of course, it is way safer to not have sex, but. Yeah, but if you have sex with one person...
Did that guy just admit that he had sex with Steven Crowder? That guy just said that he just admitted he had sex with Steven Crowder.
Maybe they've had sex with one person. It only takes that one. I've probably had sex with, I don't know, a baker's 2 dozen, you know, and I'm fine.
Mike Baker? Sex with Mike Baker? He is happily married. Thus proving your point.
He's tall. All I'm saying is not cheating with the contract.
You're abstinent, but not by choice.
No. He's full.
All right, well, we can pause it now because then these weirdos weigh in for some reason. But she got a vibe from him. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, a little bit interesting little...
Why did she go there to the boys thing? Yeah. Whatever.
I mean, it's very fascinating.
Yes, as Killjoy says, on pure matter of statistics, abstinence-only education drastically increases the occurrence of teen pregnancy in any schools that it's taught in. It's like one of the... When you teach abstinence only, kids don't know how to use contraceptives. They have sex anyway, and then they end up pregnant. It's fucking terrible.
That because, I mean,
do they go
I'll
back
just speak
to
for
it?
myself.
Abstinence is directly linked to really good abs. That's the problem.
That is a problem.
It's true.
I've got a beer gut.
But I have to say, my last 3 relationships, which each lasted between 2 to 5 years, we slept with each other almost immediately. Mm-hmm. And it's because I knew that I wanted to be with them, you know?
Except that the 5-year mark.
Yeah, but so what?
How long
At
you
least I
last, boy?
figured it out, and I didn't get married and spend my life with somebody that I hate.
But statistically,
And I had a great
unrealistic.
UN.
Statistically, that's wrong. I mean, if you want to disregard stats, in
What?
fact, then you can
Statistically,
say,
what's wrong?
Statistically, 87% of people who wait until they're married are happier, and 52% aren't. And the same thing.
Here's a stat. Steven Crowder, 1 divorce.
Hold on a second. Wait a second. Listen to those statistics again.
I hate.
But statistically,
And I had a great
unrealistic.
UN.
Statistically, that's wrong. I mean, if you want to disregard stats, in
What?
fact, then you can
Statistically,
say,
what's wrong?
Statistically, 87% of people who wait until they're married are happier, and 52% aren't. And the same thing.
Can we get those numbers one more time? Can we add those numbers up real quick?
Unrealistic. Statistically, that's wrong. I mean, if you want to disregard stats, in
What?
fact, then you can
Statistically,
say,
what's wrong?
Statistically, 87% of people who wait
87% who wait for marriage
until they're married are happier, and
are happier.
52%.
So 87 and 52% aren't. I don't know about you, buddy, but I don't think 87 and 52 add up to 100, my man. 134% or 139%, I don't know. I'm not doing the napkin math. Just thinking, all I'm saying is, that's not fucking 100. 87 plus 52. 139. Whew, off by a little bit there, buddy.
Aren't. And the same thing.
Here's a stat. Steven Crowder, 1 divorce.
Yep. I mean, and then I love how he relies on these statistics about marriage and like, I mean, that are fairly dubious in and of themselves that we now know in the year 2023 that he is defied personally, at least, or he's not in that same, safe category that he's assigning to it.
You can look at the Social Organization of Sexuality. These are not
How do you have
Christian-funded
statistics
studies.
on people's happiness?
You tell them, are you happy?
Are they-
you
because they're
emotionally
at church
satisfied?
smiling?
No, you can say, are you emotionally satisfied in your marriage? Yes, no. By 25% spread, both spouses who are virgins. Yes. Are you sexually satisfied in your marriage? Yes. Is it difficult for you to achieve orgasm?
What?
Just one note on that, like those numbers, like people, you can lies, damn lies, and statistics. Is that the Mark Twain thing? Like, I would just say that folks who are more disposed to, say, follow their parents' wishes that they stay celibate towards marriage are also more likely to report they're like happy and satisfied with their lives to a pollster because they're not set up
honest.
to question
Yes.
that shit.
Well, I mean, this is Crowder and it's repression. I mean, that is like fundamental to this worldview is not being really in touch, honestly, with how you feel and pushing those feelings aside through strict dogma, and that's the fundamentalism.
But people have to be honest about their
All the sources
emotions.
are listed in the column. Every single source listed. These are things that have been used by the Kinsey Institute.
What
I'm
I'm
not
saying is,
following that.
who cares what they said? A lot of people say they have happy marriages, even in therapy, when they're miserable.
So the 25 point.
Like Steven Crowder, interestingly. Like Steven Crowder. Isn't that funny?
Spread doesn't matter because only the people who would be lying would be the people who are abstinent.
I just don't know any happily married people.
Speaking of statistics,
I don't.
let's get back to my play.
What?
Statistically, 100% of these women are not calling me back.
That is true.
Nobody's reading my.
Yeah, I think that's good. But yeah, that's I found that to be kind of prescient by her.
Damn, I can't believe how obliterated he got. That was an obliteration. I don't even really like. I think I've seen one Amy Schumer stand up and I didn't really love it, but that was a fucking lap, okay? That was a dunk. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. He didn't make a single joke except for saying Copernicus. He said Copernicus at one point as if that's supposed to be like a kill or get, and everything else was just mad cope and him being offended, which is very in person. Or in character for Steven Crowder. Just keep in mind, Steven Crowder hasn't changed a little bit. He'll never change. Hopefully, we will see him steamroll to his own demise as rapidly as possible. Anyway, that was very funny. My lovely imps, we are about to begin playing Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. That's right, it's time for us to game. If you have never stuck around for a gaming segment, stick around. They're awesome and very fun. This game is off the walls, super political, and incredibly entertaining with banger music. So stick around and be delighted. There are hundreds of people who stick around for my gaming streams, though usually people are like, oh, well, you know, I stuck around for the politics. I like politics, but trust me, you should stick around for the games and see what it's like. Not right now, Font Knight, but possibly in the future. Dead on! Bullseye! Exactly. This game has been an absolutely amazing experience, and I'm ready to play some more for at least a little bit longer. And then, we'll see how far we can get tonight. I'll play as much as I can, but I've streamed a ton this week, so I am rather tired, and I don't want to overdo it. So we'll see how far I can get. Let's get Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance up and don't think you're done after this playthrough? Oh, I don't think so. No, I want to see what else. I know there's the challenge missions that I got to do and all of that. This game has the best cutscenes in all of gaming. True. Revengeance is better than caffeine. It actually unironically is. This game is it wakes me up so well. I love it. Okay, let's hope that this volume is going to be good. Are you doing the Sam and Blade Wolf DLC? Sure, why not? There's DLC too and different characters. That sounds awesome. Okay, how's the audio level? How's those audio levels sound? Some of it seems a little bit loud. Okay, the music level is high. Okay, there we go. Music is a little louder. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna drop it down to lower because we're not fighting a boss yet. Whenever we fight a boss, I crank the music up. The music settings were the same from last time, from when we were fighting a boss, so. Let's do this, continue!
That was quite the fall, Raiden. I'm glad to see that you are all right. It's time you got out of Denver.
Oh no, here we go.
Enemy sighted!
Shit. Okay, it's gonna take me a second because I've been playing Jedi Survivor. Oh! Oh shit, I forgot the screen. Sorry, I thought I hit the button. I'm so sorry. I thought I hit the button. Oh no, everything's glitching now. God damn it. My bad. It's okay, you got to miss me embarrassingly getting owned. Oh! I'm pressing all the wrong buttons right now. I'm pressing all my Jedi Survivor buttons. Also, I switched weapons, so.
What happened? What is going on? Raiden, answer me! Raiden!
All right, everybody. You're gonna have to forgive me. I'm using a completely new weapon,
That was quite the
so this
fall,
might be
Raiden.
very embarrassing.
Glad to see that you are all right. It's time you got out of Denver.
Target located.
What? This is not going good. I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. I'm really fucking up right now. I'm so sorry. You're gonna have to give me a second. You have to realize I've been playing Jedi Survivor basically non-stop in all my gaming time.
Get off! Bullseye!
Wow. Okay, I did it. All right, B. That wasn't as bad as it could have been, but I gotta do better.
Raiden, are you all right?
I can handle this. You just get those brains out of here.
And what will you do?
Get out of here and to the launch site.
True, LB.
Ah, the young
I am going
ladies'
pretty
company,
hard.
Yeah? How fortunate they are in Colorado, too.
Yeah. Shouldn't take more than 2 hours with a set of wheels. Guess I'll just have to borrow some. A lot of cars got abandoned when the evac order came down.
But
Wordsmith says, I was gonna pick up Survivor, but apparently the PC version is a bit of a mess right now. Yeah, the PC version does have some performance issues. So far, at least personally, they haven't ruined the experience, but they are noticeable. If performance issues will really drive you crazy, it's worth waiting on. However, just note, I really enjoy the game. The actual gameplay, the story, the voice acting, visuals, everything is spot on. The performance issues are just, unfortunately, very annoying.
I know. Let me just worry about putting some distance between me and World Marshal.
So yeah.
What's left of it.
Good night, human F being. Oh boy, here we go. Oh boy, here we go. They're leaping on me like crazy. What is this shit? I thought that was supposed to let me get a finisher on him. This is not going good. I am not doing good with it with these new weapons. Oh! Oh, there we go! Oh, I didn't realize that! This is not good though. I got a lot of practicing to do with these new weapons.
Get off!
I was doing really good with the polearm. These are really slow. Well, that didn't go very well. That could have gone way better. It's okay, I tried. I tried my best. Me practicing with new weapons. I realize now I gotta charge. Also, I need to look something up, which is, where's my, how do I do help? Help? Ah, here we go. What's the dodge? Defensive offense, X plus A. X plus A? What's X and A? Oh, okay. Oh. Ah. It's the wrong, it's got the buttons all mixed up because it tells me the, oh. It's got the buttons all mixed up because I'm playing on a Nintendo style controller, but it's telling me the Xbox stuff. Jesus Christ. Switch Pro controller user? It's the 8-bit Do Pro 2. I quite like it, although one of the shoulder buttons has issues, which is a little bit disappointing. Oh, okay. Oh boy, here we go. I want to kill these bitches. Aww. How do I get up there? Oh, I missed his arm. That sucked. I find the arms to be very difficult to get. I know that's probably just a skill issue on my part, but I feel like it's so precise, it's actually difficult.
Bullseye!
Bullseye! Jack the Ripper. Ha! You think you could beat me? I'll show you, Jack the Ripper. What the hell is going on here?
Hurry. It may be an RLV, but it's...
Getting the hands is easier if you use manual blade swinging with the right stick. What's manual blade swinging? And you have more time than you think? Yeah, probably. But wait, manual blade swinging? What's manual blade swinging? Is that a setting? Is it gonna require me to relearn things? You flick this stick with the right stick to swing in that direction. Oh, it's when you use the L. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, like I did against the boss. Like I had to against the boss. Okay, that makes sense actually.
More than 30 minutes to get to Pakistan.
Okay. Alright, that makes sense. I see what I was doing wrong. I just didn't realize the practicality. Oh, okay. I hate these guys. Got her.
I can't believe this.
Oh, I didn't mean to offend you. I just like the sexy lady. I wasn't doing anything against you, Courtney. They covered her up. I was decensoring. What? Why did she not like it? Snack Freak, thank you so much. I mean, it makes me feel bad, but also I'm not like being sexist or anything. Somebody's censoring the sexy naked ladies, and they deserve to not be censored. I wasn't being sexist, I just appreciated the ladies.
Raiden, what's wrong? Come on, buddy, answer me. Raiden? Raiden!
Wow, I honestly, I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm struggling with these big heavy blades. It's so different than what I was playing with. I'm kind of doing bad, but I'm doing what I can. The funny thing is, you seem like a quick weapon person. The funny thing is, in most games, I prefer heavy and slow weapons. Like, when I played Monster Hunter, I played with the heavy bowgun primarily, and then I played with the greatsword. But in this game, for some reason, I just really struggle with the change in pace. To be honest, the weapons I usually favor in video games are long-range sniping weapons. Like one of the things I'm actually good at in video games is sniping. Basically every shooter that I've ever played, I've always been very good at sniping. Some of you who watched in the old days got to see me playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the Battlegrounds mode, and you guys got to see some of my deranged long-range snipes back when, I don't know how many people used to watch back then, but there's probably a few of you in chat who got to see some of the clips I had of just absolutely insane long-range shots. I usually tend to like ranged weapons. Ranged weapons and poison are my things. I love poison. Basically, every time there's an opportunity to play a poison type character, I will always play it. Poison was disappointing in Elden Ring. That's why I went for Rot, which is just super poison. I absolutely love my Scarlet Rot builds. I carried myself through most of the game with Scarlet Rot. Poison needs some weapons. They need some more poison weapons for that game. It's cool. The thing that's cool about Poison in Elden Ring is that there's like 3 different versions and intensities of Poison. The problem was that they just didn't put enough items to support Poison builds. However, I'm guessing that they probably will in the DLC, which would be really exciting. We'll see though.
I can't believe this.
I played 380 hours of Elden Ring, so I'm actually not going to revisit it before the DLC comes out but when the DLC comes out, I will absolutely be revisiting it. Alright, I'm not doing so good. I'm not doing as good in combat as I was before. The new weapon has totally messed me up.
I will mark the heading on your Soliton radar.
Please don't kill me. Hey now, nobody said anything about killing anyone.
Answer me. Why'd you disobey the evacuation order?
I was...
What? No! Aww. Okay, hold on. I know what I have to do. I have to lob the...
I've located a route with relatively light security. I will mark the heading on your Soliton radar.
I know what I have to do. EMP grenades.
I got him.
Oh, god damn it. So this time he's... I'm gonna get this guy.
I've located a route with relatively light security. I will mark the heading on your Soliton radar.
Did you complete Celeste? I am very bad at platformers. I have never completed Celeste. I know I want to, and I know I want to someday, and I need to, but I have never actually completed it. Oh, they killed him! Oh, god damn it. Okay.
I've located a route with relatively light security. I will mark...
I am very bad at platformers. I actually get angry at platformers. They're one of the few game types that actually make me very angry. But I want to learn to be good at them. It's just very difficult for me.
Target located.
I've located a
Celeste
route with
is very
relatively
good.
light security. I will mark the head.
How the hell am I supposed to do this?
On your Soliton radar.
Oh. Oh, bullshit! Okay, so that's about as close as I can get, it seems. You gotta hurry or they kill him. I don't think it's a matter of hurrying. I think I have to go slowly and get up close enough that I can disable them. Why? Why did that happen?
I've located a route with relatively light security. I will mark the heading on your solitone radar.
The box doesn't help you if you're moving? Well, yeah, but how come it worked last time? Last time he couldn't see shit.
Please don't kill me. Hey now. Get off!
What? They killed him? How did they kill him? They killed him now. Why'd they kill? Oh, how'd that work out? I literally got him.
I've located a route with relatively light
Wait,
security.
explosions can kill them? That's goofy. That's goofy.
I will mark the heading on your solitone radar.
Okay. This is annoying.
I've located a route with relatively light security.
I might just say fuck it to this guy, but honestly,
I will mark
now...
the heading on your solitone radar.
So if you move too fast over here, they spot you. But if you move slowly, it doesn't spot you, which is a little bit odd. Okay. I did take out the human enemies. Okay, yeah, I need to draw the... Okay. Yeah, you're right. I do need to pull the...
Anything about killing anybody?
Answer me. Why'd you disobey the evacuation order?
I was...
Bullseye!
Get off!
He's alive! He's alive! I think we got him. We fucking got him!
Bullseye!
Hello? 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 There we go. We rescued him. Ow! Okay. Well, that was good. That was slick.
Raiden, I will join you in Pakistan. I will find a way to exit the helicopter. Proceed out of the city.
Man.
I will contact you when I am on the ground.
This guy's mine. I'm gonna slaughter him. I'm gonna kill this guy. Just you wait.
What?
I got him.
Get off!
That was really weird.
Bullseye!
Got him.
I got him.
Damn. This is like a little secret zone. Watermelons! I feel like I can shred these watermelons for some reason. Seems like there might be something important about these watermelons.
Enemy behind you.
Oh! Oh! Ow! That's silly.
Hey, what's wrong? Answer me. Raiden!
Is this game just a button masher? No, not at all. I do not believe this game to be a button masher. I mean, some people would say it is, but no. There's like a lot of... If you actually want to do good at the game, you actually have to use your combos. The combos are pretty fucking important.
You when I am on the ground.
here we go.
Get off! Bullseye!
Nice work!
Okay, so they didn't even get friends this time. That's great.
Get off!
Okay, so hold on. I know what I gotta do here. I need to use a tool to my advantage. I need these EM grenades to help me shut down these fuckers.
Enemy behind you!
I hate these guys. Yeah, I used Ripper mode, but it's just too many of them. Got him though.
Bullseye!
Damn, that was actually good. All right, can I get all these? Got him. Yeah, those guys are just really difficult. I feel like I did better than I usually do, but they're really hard. All right. Ooh, motorcycle. Do I get to ride on a motorcycle? That'd be sick.
You have escaped the pursuit?
Seems like it.
You have passed the last of the barricades. Save your strength. Find a vehicle.
Right.
I really love this game, by the way. I just have to say, I'm a stan. This is definitely, I've been having nothing but fun with this game. I've been excited to play it every single day. As you guys can tell, I've been streaming a fucking lot lately, partially because I'm motivated to play this on stream with everybody, because it's just so good. I need your bike. Thank you for your cooperation. Lamau. Wow, that was it? That's all for that chapter? All right, cool. That was a rough chapter, but it was short. At least I have a bunch of money. So I'll be able to do, I'll be able to do this pretty well. I'll be able to do some upgrades, I should say. Let's upgrade my life. I absolutely need my life upgraded ASAP. Wow, that cost almost all of it. Holy shit. Well, I have max life now. Skills. A devastating spinning strike. All right, that's cool at least. I don't have enough to do that. Okay, so we're gonna have to do the next mission and then customize more. But at least I have max life and I got a new basic move that I didn't have before. Sick. He's got a chopper. Sorry, I didn't notice that. This game is weird. It keeps it's one of the few games that keeps resetting my mouse back to the main screen.
Colorado airspace and nothing on the radar.
Good. I'm almost there.
I got out of Denver. Uh-oh. Oh, it's my dog. Doggy! What the hell's going on here? Oh. Jetstream Sam. Why are you petting my dog?
Right. Having a little heart-to-heart?
I have analyzed his words and actions. I am unable to ascertain his motivation.
Fancy meeting you here. You knew I'd come. I suppose I should thank you for not killing everyone at the launch site.
Well, not if you say it like that.
For a hired killer, you're not very good at your job.
Ooh.
The war is a
Smoked.
big payoff.
Right. Big raises all around once World Marshal gets all those contracts.
I'm not talking about money, Jack. I'm talking ideals.
Excuse me?
Forget it. We've both heard enough speeches about higher causes by now.
Oh, is this
History
it?
will decide.
Oh,
who's
is this the duel? Oh
End
shit.
of story.
Oh no, I gotta abandon my sick bike.
I don't care who thinks I'm right. And I've got cause enough for killing you.
Huh? Oh, good. Why, that's very good. Yes, I like that.
Must you really fight?
I stole Sam's bike? I didn't know that was his bike.
Don't interfere.
Oh, here we fucking go.
This is between us.
Here we go.
And it ends here.
Oh, base.
Okay. Let's dance.
Let's dance indeed, my man. Hold on, gotta crank the audio. Music's gotta go up. This song is awesome.
Just do a knee, Jack. Amateur.
Okay, so that's undodgeable. Okay, I'm getting it. I can't block any of those! That's bullshit!
This can't be happening! Raiden? Raiden!
Oh, you know what sucks? I have no health packs. This is gonna be brutal. Oh, this is gonna be terrible. I have no health packs. I don't even know how you get more health packs. You can't buy them. Okay, well I just have to be really good then. This feels unfair. Oh wait, they might be in the rocks.
That all you got? Maybe I
Woo! Give me that! Give me that! I got it. I gotta heal. No, wait, that was money. I don't want money.
Not good enough. Show me a good time, Jack. How long can you last? There you are. Maybe I misjudged. Not good enough. Far too weak. Now we're talking.
Damn, this is so sick.
Hey, this can't be happening.
Oh.
Raiden!
Oh, doing this with no health packs is gonna be so hard. I can do it though. This is a Sekiro fight. I gotta treat it like a Sekiro fight. Oh shit! game is so sick.
Show me a good time.
This is the coolest fight so far.
How long can you last?
Oh.
Now this is a fight.
Oh yeah, this is a fucking fight, bro. I'm gonna shred you, bitch.
Pretty boy.
Did he just call me a fucking pretty boy? This game is so gay.
I feel alive.
Yeah, it does, you bitch. What? Oh my god, what?
Fight time's over.
Still, I didn't get the cool sword disarm because for some reason it was out of range, but whatever. My health items aren't equipped. Well, that just makes me Giga Chad. Wait, that just makes me Giga Chad. I forgot. You don't understand. I was the Ripper all along. Oh, do I get a big sword too?
He barely had any cyborg enhancements.
Was this outcome necessary? Evidence inconclusive.
I guess even AIs don't know everything.
It is likely no single correct answer exists. Additionally, human conflict stems from opposing ideals and societal norms. I was not programmed with these guidelines.
You're better off figuring those out for yourself.
I want this six sword.
A VT7 high-frequency blade. The efficacy of the enhancement directly correlates to the quality of the original weapon. My file indicates
If that clip is what I think it is, post it in the Discord clip channel, please.
Bury it.
I will retain it in memory of Sam.
Raiden, we have less than 1 hour. Hurry!
Roger that.
Damn. God damn. A B! I did it with no healing and it only gave me a B? Oh, come on. Well, whatever. I know. They don't give you they don't give you bonuses for doing a Giga Chad, for going in dry. They don't give you anything for that, to be honest. I want his cool sword though. Ooh, falling lightning, an updated version that upgrades the functionality of the gyroscope, allowing him to twist freely in the air and dive down like a lightning bolt. Oh, I want that. Give me the falling lightning. Oh wow, that took all my money. I want the strength +5, but I don't got enough money. If you buy the white armor, you get a max of 10 packs and it restocks your health packs. Well, I don't got the white armor. Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh well, still. 5 packs is a plenty. Yeah, I've done fine so far. This is hard difficulty and I'm still doing pretty good. I just beat fucking Jetstream Sam with no healing. No, I'm on hard. And this is like my first game of this type. I've never beaten another game, never beaten another platinum game actually, believe it or not. Oh, pizza looks so good. I'm so hungry. I would love some pizza right now.
Are you, Mr. Raiden, sir?
Where is she?
I'll tell her you've arrived.
Over here. Hi there, stranger.
Hey, you're looking good.
Aw, who's your little friend?
Oh, it's a long story.
Shake? Good boy. I guess we don't really have time to catch up.
Sorry.
Raiden getting unironically steamed when his dog doesn't shake his hand is so good. That's so good.
Follow me.
So wait, that's his daughter, right?
So exactly what kind of...
You'll see.
See, the mouse just teleported back into there. I hate that.
Built that?
Yep.
Oh, that's the girl you rescued. Okay, cool. Yes, there is, Gayfesh. Gayfesh says, I just found out that in Japan there's a big subs or dubs debate about King of the Hill. Yeah, like, yeah. True.
This is a hybrid lace ramjet engine I designed. Well, are you in a hurry or not?
Right. Hey, thanks, Sonny.
Hmm?
The flight plan is already set. You're good to go.
Please switch off all cell phones and portable gaming devices. And remember, this is a no-smoking flight.
Roger. Ready for countdown.
Nope.
That feel when America exports its worst and most toxic discourses. I just think that subs versus dubs is a universal human experience. And of course, the answer is always subs. Of course. Listening to it in the original performance is always best. Oh, I get that. Yeah, that man is the embodiment of every chatter that has ever been in a stream chat ever. Every single one.
Well, anything?
Nothing. You sure we got the right place?
Gotta be. It's the only base big enough with security contracted out to World Marshal.
All right. I'm headed in.
Yeah, let's do this! Dougie. Oh, shit. Honestly, after this game, I should just beat Metal Gear Solid 5 on stream. Metal Gear Solid 5 is so fucking incredibly fun, and we would have so many good moments on stream. Oh yeah, hold on. I should equip my my health now, shouldn't I?
Enemy sighted! Set back up! Dead off! Bullseye! Dead off! Woo! Bullseye! Dead off!
Did that destroy the arm? Hey. I'm playing through Metal Gear Solid 5. Question is whether Demon Mama will start with ground zeros. Oh, I'll start with ground zeros, of course. It only makes sense to start with ground zeros.
You see that? Their EXIF codes show up as unaffiliated.
Wait, Marshall has the security contract for this base. Why would they have their cyborg set to the same illegal EXIF code as Desperado? It's evidence against them.
No, it's their alibi. They're making it look like Desperado hacked their soldiers on site because everyone knows Desperado has a contract with
the Pakistani rebels. But if we go public with the Desperado Marshall connection...
Yeah, speedrun ground zeros as the intro. Yeah, it's not long. I'll play ground zeros first.
Threat all cooked up and ready to serve. The media and the public won't be able to resist.
I love Metal Gear Solid 5. Listen, I fucking love Metal Gear Solid 5, even with its problems. It's such a fun open world game. It's like awesome. It's so much fun.
WMDs in Iraq.
Damn it, you're right. It's another slam dunk. What about any humans on the base? Marshall only handled security.
Dead, most likely. Or brain-jacked, if they needed them to keep up appearances.
They'd never publicize what airport the president was flying into, not in this region. And almost no one would have access to an outside line for security reasons. It wouldn't be difficult to keep things hush-hush, at least until Air Force One arrives.
I'm heading for the control tower. If I can destroy the antenna array, the US military will know something's wrong.
Okay, yeah, that mission kind of sucks, Hisako, but, you know, it's whatever.
And I blew the winds of destruction away. I'll be fine.
Raiden, there is no time to worry about the soldiers. Get to the control tower.
Contact! RPG!
What? I thought it said no time. Okay, hold on a second. Wait, I think I know what he meant. Okay, I'm gonna restart this. I thought he meant I needed to rush through. What he's actually saying is I need to sneak through.
Raiden, there is no time to worry about the soldiers. Get to the control tower.
I'll get him now. This guy's dead. Don't you do it. Tipster with the incredibly generous raid. Thank you very, very much. Welcome to all the Tipster viewers. Come on in and get comfy. We are going to challenge, I believe, the final boss of this game. It's going pretty well so far, so welcome. Thanks for coming.
Contact!
No! No! I hate this shit. I hate these rocket launcher assholes. Why are they bouncing off all my shit? What the hell is going on here? What a mess.
I'll still kick your ass.
Well, I guess that got him. And at least I can get this thing over here. Okay, let's see if I can get through here. I gotta switch back to my little thing here. Where the hell am I going here? Ah, bitch. The RPG drives me fucking crazy. What a mess. Well, that didn't go very well, but... This game's stealth works very differently than Metal Gear Solid 5, which has like... Oh no, doggy! My doggy! What did you do? Stretch now while I can. Holy moly. Here we go. Don't you know, smoking's not good for your health.
Just a little too late, as usual. Armstrong. Impressive little toy you've got there. But your plan ends here. Idiot. You're not ending our plan. You're expanding it. Check the internet lately.
Raiden, Air Force One is turning back to the States.
What?
How'd they know?
Someone posted photos of what's happening on the base. The whole world is up in arms.
Show me. How did they?
They tricked me!
The story leaked early. Then Marshall's plan is ruined.
The hell it is. Look what they're saying. The story just went live, and already they're calling for blood.
Okay, this is the most accurate thing that has ever happened. Literally pulling up the Twitter feed and Americans going, we need to kill them all! Take them out! Oh my god, this is too accurate!
But the president was saved.
And yet American blood was spilled.
By Americans. Besides, a few dozen soldiers is tragic, but nothing to start a major war over.
That's just the spark, son. The excuse we've been waiting for. America's wanted this war for years. The Patriots, they knew war was good for the economy. 4 years later, their legacy lingers on.
The memes.
They left us their great isms. Nationalism, unilateralism, materialism. Welcome maxims for those with no faith, without guiding principles of their own. Give yourself up to the whole. No need to better yourself. You're American. You're number one. Then the only value left is dollar value. The economy. So we'll do whatever it takes to keep it humming along. Even war. Especially war.
Bullshit!
The Patriots planted the seed. We don't need them around to filter and foster their memes any longer. We're spreading them just fine ourselves. Every American man, woman, and child. We're all sons of the Patriots now! We just need something to jumpstart the economy out of this funk. This recession it's been stuck in since the fall of SOP.
And the military costs? Wasting billions is going to help the economy?
DMCs, arms manufacturers, job creators, Jack. All those workers spending money, paying taxes. Trust me, a little war can work wonders.
So grease the gears with some innocent blood, is that it?
Oh, relax, Jack. It's a war on terror. We're not out to kill civilians. Extremists, lawless gangs, madmen. Of course, that would have to include you. Wouldn't want any eyewitness reports complicating the message.
Oh boy, here we go. This isn't the president, this is just a senator. Here we go. I can keep it up forever, bitch. You don't understand my stamina. You think I won't last. But I'm a streamer. I can stream for 8 hours a day. Ow, that one hit me. Yeah, take that, kneecap. Nah, dude, that was you don't try and give me that. I fucking earned that shit. Oh no! Give me the heal. That's right, that's right.
Raiden, respond! Raiden! Raiden!
Oof. Oof. Wait, do I really only have the 1 HP? Oh, that's not good. I only have the 1. Okay, so here's a checkpoint though.
I'll give you that one.
Have faith in my gaming abilities. I've gotten better and better at gaming. I'm not so bad. This is tough. This bitch is going down. I don't know if I'll be able to make it through the second phase, but we'll see. Ant strength. I'm sure there's probably a third phase too. I know there's gonna be a second phase. I just know for sure there is. There's no way they end with the final boss with no second phase. Oh, that killed me. What, that killed me? I thought I hit the prompt, but whatever. I think I hit the wrong button by accident. Yeah, I hit the wrong button. Because of the... Let your country control your mind. That's the lyrics right now. Holy shit. We'll burn the weak. We'll make freedom obsolete. See? See, I did so good.
Slippery little bastard. I don't have time for this.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Oh, Jesus.
Let's go.
The hell are you thinking?
Oh my God!
Played college ball, you know.
That's a cushy Ivy League school.
Try University of Texas. Could have gone pro if I hadn't joined the Navy. I'm not one of those beltway
This dialogue is so good.
I
It's so
could wreck
good.
the president in two with my bare hands. Don't fuck with this, Senator.
Oh, I'm gonna fuck you up, bro. I'm gonna kick your ass.
Why don't you stick around and find out?
I'm gonna clean this guy's fucking clock. You just give me a minute.
You're going down. Nice.
Typical politician. Big promises, but all talk.
What?
Jumpstart the economy. What a load of bullshit!
True.
All you care about is lining your own pockets. That and your approval ratings. You've got no principles. Just like all the rest. If America's gone to shit, you're just another maggot crawling in the pile.
All right, the truth then. You're right about one thing. I do need capital and votes. Want to know why? I have a dream.
What?
That one day, every person in this nation will control their own destiny. A land of the truly free, damn it. A nation of action, not words, ruled by strength, not committee.
Hey, you think this guy might be a fascist?
Where the law changes to suit the individual, not the other way around. Where power and justice are back where they belong. In the hands of the people! Where every man is free to think, to act for himself! Fuck all these lipstick lawyers and chicken shit bureaucrats! Fuck this 24/7 internet spew of trivia and celebrity bullshit! Fuck American pride! Fuck the media! Fuck all of it! America's diseased, rotten to the core. There's no saving it. We need to pull it out by the roots. Wipe the slate clean. Burn it down! And from the ashes, a new America will be born! Evolved, but unchanged! The weak will be purged. And the strongest will thrive. Free to live as they see fit. They'll make America great again!
What the hell are you talking about?
2013, by the way.
You still don't get it. I'm using war as a business to get elected! So I can end war as a business. In my new America, people will die and kill. for
Literal
what they
fascism
believe.
moment.
Not for money.
Not
for
political,
oil.
anybody. No
Not
politics
for
in
what
my
they're
video
told is
games.
right. Every man will be free to fight his own wars.
All those nano machines, all that shit, and he's still addicted to cigarettes.
So, what do you think?
How the hell did you get elected?
Well, I don't write my own speeches. You should try fighting for what you believe in sometime, Jack. Not for a company or a nation or for anyone else.
lecturing fucking Raiden on fighting for what he believes in. That's fucking all Raiden has done, you bitch. Don't fucking lecture me, you asshole. I'm gonna kick this guy's ass so hard. I'm gonna go sicko mode.
Maybe I was wrong about you.
Am I finally getting through? I'll rid this world of pointless wars, Jack.
I was wrong. You're not greedy. You're batshit insane!
You're a fucking racist! This guy has no ass.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't fret over every egg.
Not when you're purging the weak, right? What do you know about the weak? You weren't born poor. You've never been hungry. You don't know what it's like to fight and steal and kill just to survive.
But you did survive! Through sheer force of will, following your own set of rules. With your own two hands, you took back your life.
And now, I'll take yours.
Raiden is so based. What a sick guy.
Justice in the hands of the people, Jack.
Okay, so I don't get my usual combos.
Don't fail like the others.
Ow! I did 1%. I did 0.1% of his HP. Ooh, that's tiring.
Why won't you die?
Nanomachines, son. They harden in response to physical trauma. You can't hurt me, Jack. What did I just say? Time to end this.
Jesus, here we go.
I think we're about done here.
Right.
Whoa.
Yoda!
Begin playback.
2 years I've been working towards this. And on the last day, Blondie has me doubting the whole thing. We'll leave it up to fate then, shall we, Wolfie? A duel to the death. May the best man win.
Sam.
I cut him down, and that's that. Back to a regularly scheduled international incident. But if he beats me, if I die here, the lock on my blade will disable after a couple hours. What happens after that is up to you, Wolfie.
Ha! Even dead, that guy's a pain in my ass. So... you think that little sword can save your master? Well, go ahead then. But make no mistake, Fido. When I'm finished with him, you're next.
We'll see about that.
I was not designed to fear termination.
Huh?
However, Directive 01 is to ensure all data acquired is preserved and passed along. To expire here would violate that directive.
That's a good boy.
However, Raiden came to my aid. I have learned from him. When Samuel fell, data analysis was inconclusive. But that has changed. I have established new parameters now, created my own directives.
You little fuck.
Oh, good boy! This is so sick! No!
Armstrong! I said my sword was a tool of justice. Not used in anger. Not used for vengeance. But now I'm not so sure. And besides, this isn't my sword.
True! This game is so fucking... This game is such a banger.
Okay. Let's dance.
Let's...
You're going down! You're going down!
Okay, so those have to be dodged, it looks like.
Right, what's wrong? Come on, buddy, answer me.
Those have to be dodged.
Right.
Oh, this is wild. This is gonna be rough with no healing.
You're going down! You're going down!
Right, what's wrong? Come on, buddy, answer me. Right?
This may take a while. Yeah, this I can see. I might have to do this one. I don't know what to say. Oh my god. difficulty. The problem is the HP. Oh, I could buy the white armor. Yeah, you're right.
Right. What's wrong?
Okay,
Come on, buddy,
you're
answer
right.
me.
You're right. I
Raiden?
could buy the white armor. Hold on. I can. Hold on.
This is the greatest fight.
Oh, I get health packs. That's right. Okay. So all I gotta do is make it until those. I should get health packs. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Oh, well, I'm gonna. I'm getting trashed right now.
Right. What's wrong? Come on, buddy, answer me. Raiden? Raiden!
Yeah, I think the smart thing. I think the smart thing would be to buy the the white suit. Hold on. Okay, that means I'm gonna buy the white suit real quick. I'm gonna switch my secondary weapon. I'm gonna switch my secondary weapon to the one that I'm more familiar with. There we go. Okay. There we go. Now we should be able to continue. There we go. Now we should have HP enough to continue. Wait. Okay, we're good.
You're going down.
We got this, bitch.
Die, you little shit! Don't you fuck with me! You're going down! I'm gonna crush you!
Not so good. Alright, we got this though. We got this shit. Ooh, that's rough. I think I made it though. No, I took damage. Okay, I see how I have to do this. This is tough. I got this though. You gotta use the manual targeting. That didn't work. Oh! Nice. How do I get it? I gotta get the sword! Give me the sword, you bitch! Got it.
Die, you little shit!
Okay, I got this. This time I'm gonna get it. No! That's so dumb. It changed at the last second. I don't get it.
That's the best you got.
I'm hoping I can beat him. This is rough. Oh, it's really precise. Okay, I'll use X then. Why did it still hit me? I didn't miss that one. That's bullshit. Oh, there's multiple. Okay. Sorry, I'm still learning this. I might get him though.
I'll blow you away.
This song is sick! I'm very happy. I'm very happy I saved the white armor for this fight, and that I went 0 health packs on the Sam fight.
Dies with you. Oh, maybe not. You've guaranteed the status quo will go on. For a while longer, at least. War will continue as an institution, as industry. Men will fight for reasons they don't understand.
Yeah, dude, your way is not better, you idiot.
Believe in.
You freak.
But at least I'll leave a worthy successor. You, Jack.
You carve your own path. Use whatever methods you see fit. You don't let legal bullshit get in the way. And if it costs a few lives, so be it.
Literally, we're not so different, you and I.
Deep inside, we're kindred spirits. You and I.
Hey, a B on the final boss, not bad. Not bad at all. I can do better in the future though. Standard cyborg body, high frequency Murasama blade. Oh, that's the upgraded one. Woo!
Official pet right for your family? But first, our top story. President Hamilton returns from Pakistan today, completing his first visit to the country since the failed assassination attempt in Shahbazbad last May. In meetings with Pakistani President Farooq Salam, the two leaders agreed to a new joint initiative in the War on Terror, whereby U.S. Marines will be stationed in Pakistan and given wider authority to conduct operations within the country. This is amidst growing tensions within Pakistan between the country's civil and military leadership, with many in the government calling on the ISI Military Intelligence Agency to be investigated.
Unbelievable. After all that.
For the last time, let it go, Courtney. At least Armstrong will never be president.
But, I mean, Raiden.
It's not known whether that number would include private military contractors, which the Hamilton administration has made clear will play a significant role.
There he is.
I have excellent news. We are approved. The new corporation is established.
Nice work, Doc. I guess the world's first cyborg staffing firm is officially open for business.
We are certified for construction and long-term nursing care, but this is just the beginning. The potential for new roles cyborgs can play is limitless.
And we're sure this isn't child labor?
The older children can work now, the rest when they come of age. And it's strictly voluntary, you know.
We're not running a charity here, huh? Donations alone would not even cover their maintenance. Besides, this way they'll learn a trade. Perhaps some discipline, huh?
It's not a perfect solution. But you know what? At least these kids will get a decent education.
Well, I'm not about to return them to the streets or to broken homes. At least we can give them a chance, huh? Oh, oops.
An imperfect solution for an imperfect world.
Well, another benefit. A peaceful application for all my research.
Since when do you care?
Well, recent events have been food for thought, shall we say?
No kidding.
Speaking of recent events, how's our new recruit working out?
That's so sus.
Ah, yes, quite well. Quite well.
Oi, Sonny! Where you have this then?
Hang on. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, okay. You make me head spin, you know? You're same age as me, but all this spaceship, you're genius, girl.
Mm-hmm.
And you're hot for days.
Huh? Where did that come from?
No, you stepped on Doggy's tail!
Alert. Alert. Rescinded.
This about a crazy world, nah? For me see that ninja, me never think I've been this kind of life.
Yeah.
Huh?
He rescued me too, you know. Saved my life.
He's not dead.
I owe him everything. To some people, he'll always be Jack the Ripper. I know all about his past. He had it rough. And he hurt a lot of people. But that's not the Raiden I know. The Raiden I know is a hero.
True! We did it. We fucking did it. Damn. Damn. We did it. Oh, can I spin the blade?
Looking down on the cars on the highway.
No, I can't. Oh, don't worry. I'll watch the credits. Don't you worry. I know. I respect that. Resident Evil 4 remake next? I don't know. I think I want to beat some of the bonus stuff and the DLC for this game, and then we'll move on to something else. And I don't know exactly what yet. Play Fortnite next? I might play some Fortnite on stream just so you guys can see how cool it is. Damn, that was sick. Damn, that was good. What are your thoughts on this game? This game is sick as hell. It's a little short. I wish it was a little longer, but still, it's so good. Obviously, I love all the designs. I think the gameplay is fun as hell. It is silly, but like in a lovable way. Has based politics. Any thoughts on Final Fantasy 16? I've never played 16. The very hard difficulty includes altered enemy packs. Ooh, that's interesting. It's poncho pilled, that's true. It's a pretty short game, yeah. I mean, it took us like 10 hours, so yeah. Final Fantasy 16 hasn't out yet. Well, I haven't played Final Fantasy games. I mean, I played the online. Final Fantasy 14 online, I played that one. I used to be super into the Final Fantasy games. When I was younger, they were my favorite game series, by like a long shot. When I was like 9, no, probably like 10 to like, I don't know, 16 or 17, they were my favorite game series. They were very important to me when I was younger. I don't know, the series has changed so much. It's not really the same series, which is fine. I don't have anything against the new Final Fantasy games. They're not really the same thing that they used to be. They're very different. I love Final Fantasy X. The first Final Fantasy game that I ever beat was Final Fantasy VII, I think. Oh, I saw that earlier, Gayfesh. It's ridiculous. When I was, the first Final Fantasy game I ever played was Final Fantasy IV, aka 2 in the United States, or whatever, I can't remember. I think it was 2 in the United States. It was the one with the Black Knight or Dark Knight or whatever they were called. Cyrus or something. And then I played Chrono Trigger, which is basically a Final Fantasy game. And then I played 7, 8, 9, and 10. And then I played 11 online for a while. Although I didn't really like it that much. It was a very weird game. Chrono Trigger's God tier. Chrono Trigger used to be like my second favorite video game behind Majora's Mask. Not so much anymore. It's still really good. Then I played 12, and I didn't really like 12, and that was when I sort of departed from the series. I stopped playing after 12, and then I came back to play 13, hated 13 and didn't finish it. Then I played 14 for quite a while, liked the raids and stuff. I like time travel? I like Chrono Trigger specifically. Chrono Trigger does a very, very unique time travel story, and Chrono Trigger is like a really, really emotionally heavy game. The music in Chrono Trigger is breathtaking, but also the types of stories that are told in Chrono Trigger they have this there's a deep sadness in Chrono Trigger that is not present in a lot of other games of the time. And for some reason that applied to me or appealed to me very, very much. Yeah. I never actually got to beat Chrono Cross because I didn't have a PS1 until way later in life. The music is too loud? Yeah, it is a little too loud right now, but it's okay. Chrono Cross was a good game. I just never finished it because of the way life worked out. I should play it at some point. That sounds great, Fortnite. The Final Fantasy XIV team is super passionate. That's one thing I can say. Yoshi P is like famous for his passion for the game.
And how's business?
Oh, good, good. Herr Doctor's research and staffing service certainly help.
I hear World Marshal's looking for a buyer.
Well, you cost them a lot of money, huh? Not to mention killing their funding. Literally. The bread-taking program is finished, but the larger company is not, I'm afraid. Someone will buy them. PMCs are in demand once again.
Yeah. Fighting for reasons they don't understand. Causes they don't believe in.
Beg pardon?
No. Nothing.
So, your mind is made? You will not come back.
Sorry, Boris.
I understand. But then, what will you do?
What a tease!
I've got my own war to fight.
What a tease. Damn. All right. Complete normal or higher difficulty. I got ooh, in less than 8 hours. That's pretty good. Mr. 1%. Complete normal or higher difficulty while earning 300,000 BP. Samurai. Complete normal or higher while only using the high frequency blade as a weapon. Well, yeah, obviously I'm not gonna cheat. Battle tested. Jack the Ripper. Nice. Okay, that was a solid run. Maybe I should play through the game on very hard. That might be fun. Well, that was sick. This is called Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. Very hard is way harder than hard? Okay. It unlocks the final Revengeance difficulty? Oh god, that seems too much. Yeah, maybe I'll play that on my own then. You spent 6 months on Cult of the Lamb and beat Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance in a week? Okay, true, but... Okay, I could have beaten Cult of the Lamb in a week if all I did was just do the story mode on very hard, but I needed to recruit everybody into the cult, and that took forever. And that was worth it, personally. I thought it was worth it to do such a huge achievement. That was a social achievement. It wasn't even a gaming achievement. Although I am proud of beating it on extreme difficulty. The final boss was pretty hard. But now the world is open to us. There's so many games we can play on stream that I'm so excited to play. We could do RE4, or we could do Metal Gear Solid 5, which would be awesome. We could also do, I'm trying to think what else we could play. Yeah, I might need to do one. Revengeance is more like critical mode from Kingdom Hearts 2. It lowers your health, but also lowers everyone else's. Okay, cool. Electo says, congrats on beating my second favorite game. Here's a relevant meme. All right, let's see it.
No!
I saw you, Mr. Krabs. We've done a lot of your memes today, Mr. Krabs.
Move it up! Okay, mate.
Oh, I'm going to liquefy you.
No way!
I'll be gentle.
Sweet.
Yeah! Let's dance!
How are you lost? This is oh wait, you didn't watch us do this fight, did you, Polaire? This was the fight we just did. All right, we'll check out your meme before we wrap up. Yeah, this is the Raiden and Jetstream Sam fight. We just did it. We just did this fight on stream right before the final boss. Remarkably accurate. Also, I did it without any healing items because I was being dumb and didn't realize I had any healing items. So I used 0 healing items in this fight. It was awesome. What can I say?
bloody lesson to you. Get over here! Gotcha!
True Game Fest. This is creative.
Think fast, Chuckle Nuts!
Yes! All right, that was good. All right, that was good. All right, we have one more meme. All right, I'm being very nice tonight. I'm being very nice. Mr. Krabs, I'm gonna be really kind.
Yay!
You do give us a lot of good memes. You're lucky tonight, all right? 3 memes in one day.
Finally made it to the kids section.
All right.
I did it. Yeah, thanks for taking me to the kids section, guys.
Hey, wait, what happened?
I'm Shenron. We're going to the kids section. Here we go.
I'm off. See you later. See you later. I'm out of here. Bye-bye.
You don't have a license for that.
I have a license for your mom, though.
You can't keep getting away with this. Oh my god.
This little motherfucker, dude.
That was certainly something. All right, that was a meme. That was a meme. It didn't make me laugh, but it was, they tried. They definitely tried. I'm sure somebody laughed. It didn't get me, though. No offense. My lovely imps, it is time for me to wrap up. Thank you for being here tonight. I'll see you again very, very soon. We'll be back in a couple of days. We'll figure out what we're going to do for gaming. Hope you had a lot of fun. And remember, whatever you do, do not fucking die. Sing! Sing!